Hi. Hello. How you doing? Hi, Pinky. Hi, Turquoise. Hi, Brian. I am basically here just headbanging. I am headbanging. Easy. Very nice. Believe it or not, I'm actually... I love music like this. I believe I mentioned it multiple times during my art stream I did. Gosh, I love music like this. the more heavy it is, the better. Although a little bit more extreme that I would love is just those screamos. Yeah, like I said, I mentioned this multiple times. See a video of the composer talking about how he created the soundtrack. It's really interesting stuff. You know what's more interesting? The Doom mod that you sent on the video sharing. That is like Zombie ate my neighbors. Now that's insane. Like the things that people do in Doom mod, it's insane. Like they banned him for using a guitar, for example. I think it would be too stereotypical. So instead he pitch shift the chainsaw for Doom tracks. Oh my god. Is it like Doom Eternal soundtrack or like all around Doom? Like Doom 1, Doom 2, whatever Doom there is. The soundtrack's too good, you know. I'm guilty, you know. I never played that far. I've been listening to all, well, not all, but most of the soundtracks of Doom Eternal. By golly, are they all so good? I just cannot. I cannot hold back. All right, I have to listen to them, and I hope it's not too much of a spoiler. I mean, it's just music. It's only music, it's not too much of a spoiler. The GDC presentation is specifically about Doom 2016. Oh. He only worked on Doom 2016 and most of Eternal. Oh, so Mick Gordon did the music for Doom 2016 and Doom Eternal? So the GDC presentation is about Mick? Because by golly do I love Mick Gordon's music. Mick also did the music for Killing Instinct. He had to be replaced by Andrew Schultz for Eternal's expansions. Oh, well, hopefully they did a good, like a good impression of, you know, of how Mick would make the soundtracks. I believe expansions though. Is there like DLC for Doom? Let me double check. Whoa, there is. The Ancient Gods is one of them. There's a lot of cosmetic pack, but there's only one that's like actual expansion. Andrew Schultz is fucking amazing too. Ooh, I should take a look. As there was a bit of falling out between Mick and Bethesda after Eternal's release. It was a huge thing. Oh man. Hate to see it. Hate to hear it. The DLC for Eternal is basically a continuation, if I understand correctly. I never had a chance to play it though. Ah. There's two parts. Oh wait, there's two parts. There is the Ancient Gods Part 1 and the Ancient Gods Part 2. Insane? This is the first time I've seen like DLC being spread into two parts, and each of them cost 60 ringgit. So if I were to get two of them, it's 120 ringgit. It's just like buying Doom again, but more. Oh my god. Thankfully it's mostly clear as of like last year. Oh, that took a bit longer than I thought. Now we know the full story, okay. it itself, the game dev, seems to not be in this the blame, which is good. Okay, good. So it's not it's just Bethesda. Okay. You know what? It's Bethesda. It's fine. It's not fine, but it's Bethesda. But Bethesda is kind of funny sometimes. But hey, they make some good games. Cannot fault them. Or we can absolutely fault them. Man. But yeah, the good thing is that it's all cleared up. It's all good. No, honestly, I was deciding whether to play Doom Eternal or Street Fighter 6 today. But I did say I want to play Doom today, so I'm more inclined to do Doom. But man, do I fucking love Street Fighter 6. I am in love with Street Fighter 6. Like, for real. If only my PC can handle it. My PC can barely handle it. All I need to endure is just a bit of a performance tank. That's it, right? From time to time, which is fine by me. Why am I so laggy? What's going on? Oh, Steam is patching. Okay. Steam is patching. Everything is fine. Okay, it's not laggy anymore now. I hope. Gosh, you know, there's so many games I want to play all the time. You know, especially there's like Tears of the Kingdom, Doom Eternal, Street Fighter 6, Gunfire Reborn, Doom Deep Rock Galactic. All these games, like big games, I can play. I can totally invest at least 200 hours in. You know, all those games. Yeah, so little time. So little time. I want to play all of them. You know, I'm gonna start now even. Although this is Doom Eternal, so I'm gonna be reverting myself to 2D, which is why you see myself kind of like naked. Like my friends aren't here, well, quote unquote friends. Give me a second. I didn't enable most of the redeem because yesterday I was playing Street Fighter 6 and I was also in 2D. So there we go. But let me just double check just in case. Oh yeah, fart noises is back. I forgot about fart noises. Yesterday someone was just spamming it. It became obnoxious. It's not funny anymore. It's funny, but when people just do it for like 10 minutes straight, it's just not fun. That's why I paused it for a little bit. Oh yeah, I forgot. CC. There, I got CC now. Let's go Doom Eternal. I'll revert myself to 2D. Boom. Wait, I'm here still. Boom. Okay. I'll get. I am now 2D. See, this is all the things I'm opening. Close this. This is all that's opening. Oh wait, I forgot about one more. Cannot forget about pee pee poo poo Mike. Breed might be here. Okay, Doom Eternal. The one thing about Doom Eternal though is that whenever there's something that's happening outside of the game, like I have to go to my second screen, I have to alt-tab the game, which would cause a lot of screen flashes. So I will apologize in advance, okay? Also, another thing. I woke up at 6 today and I'm so sleepy. I woke up at 6 today, like God. You know what's even funnier? Today is holiday. Today is holiday. I woke up at 6, like yeah. I am so sleepy. All good though, because I have Doom Eternal. Sleep is only temporary, but Doom is eternal. Oh yeah, last time I played this, I had a bit of a problem. You got stuff, Rainforest Friend. How do I... Garden Partia? What? Oh yeah, there, see? Ancient Gods of Furry Friend? 666? Cool. Oh, that's a furry friend. Ow. So cheesy, I love it. Hell yeah. Oh, 666! Doomsday? Slay Loose. Probably the Series 13 Tropic Like It's Hot collection. Tropic Like It's Hot. Ow. Ow. Oh, I have controller plugged. Okay, there. That's where everything is in like controller buttons. I might be confused if I do that. Title Garden Party. Ow. I'm blocking it, but ow, behind me. Avatar? Oh. Oh, but why though? But why though? Menu background? Cultist? Hell on earth, hell on earth. I like space, look at that. I like space. Okay, let's continue this one. I assume I have to start this level once more. Right? Yeah, I might have to. Basically, my internet died and I had to go badminton very quickly when I was last playing it. That happened, so I have to hack and close the game in the middle of the stage, so don't worry about it. Nothing much to it. I just have to replay the I don't need to replay the mission. I don't need to replay. Oh my god, I don't need to replay. This game is the best game ever. Oh my god. Weapon points? Kills with the heavy cannon will boost micro missiles damage by 30% for 5 seconds. It's even good. Indefinitely without requiring a reload. Purchase all upgrades, okay. Hit at least 3 enemies in a single micro missile volley 15 times. At least 3 enemies? Is that even hard? I don't know. Okay, so where was I? I did the Slayer Gate, I believe. I did the puzzles, and I could I sort of quit here, so it's right. Yep, see, I did the Slayer Gate, got the super shotgun, had a bunch of guns as well. Heavy cannon, got more ammo, rocket launcher, super shotgun, and the meat hook too. The Hell on Earth is the subtitle for Doom 2. Oh, Doom 2 Hell on Earth, you're right. I remember. What did I do with this? Oh, I did this. I punched this thing. I punched this thing and then now it's... Oh, okay. It's coming back to me. I do love combat shotgun though. But super shotgun? Not just gonna do the hook.
I do not fear you. This match is not won yet. Come find me, Slayer. I will be waiting.
I love I could just punch. Can I fast travel yet? No? Okay. Oh, look, I'm only missing 1, 2, and 3 things. God, I'm so good. Okay, let's see. I upgraded something. Sorry? My frag grenade can be thrown 2 times before it needs to recharge, I believe. Ours flame bit. Okay, need to use more flame. Bleh. And chainsaw, blood punch, dash. Okay. Gonna get used to this. Gonna get used to this. All right. All good. All good. Gonna get used to this. I cannot move. Oh, that's kinda cool. It's loading me with things. I'm a little bit terrified. Usually when game gives me a bunch of stuff, meaning that it's gonna be a boss fight soon. Oh no. Oh! Hi. I pressed F involuntarily. I played too much Gunfire Reborn. Guilty. Too much Gunfire Reborn. You now have all the tools you need to succeed in Doom Eternal. Glory kills, health, flame pick, armor, chainsaw, ammo, blood punch, ice bomb, frag grenade. Upgrade and combine your tools to deal massive damage and recover critical resources during combat. Damn, the game is like, okay, I will not hold your hand anymore. This is all you need. Alright? Now don't be a baby. Get out there and kill things. I got you. Okay. Sorry, I am especially jumpy when I'm sleepy. You have to understand. I'm not ready for this shit. Remember blood punch. Energy plus my gun. Heat wave. I got this. Punch. Shit, no ammo. I forgot. Okay. Chainsaw. Where's the arch cannon? Mancubus? I got this. Oh! Oh boy. I missed it. I wasn't ready for this shit. Oh my god. I didn't know it's gonna be a big.
I will lock in signal now.
I didn't think it's gonna be a big fight. It's the first thing I do in the morning. or in the afternoon. Oh boy. Okay, all good. That was fun as hell though. It says I can fast travel now. Time to explore. Oh, look at that. So now I need to find 2 more things. I think I can proceed first, right? Hopefully this doesn't end the stage. Hopefully. Nah, there's no way this end the stage, right? It's... I know I have fast travel now. By golly, this map is big. I remember playing this stage for like an hour or some shit. Yeah, this stage is big. What does yellow mean? You didn't say what does yellow mean. Oh, here's one thing. Oh, it's right before the Slayer's Gate. Let's fast travel. Is it here? Oh, that's one thing. Goes from here behind here. Oh, that's a predator suit point, I think. And then the fight is there. Okay, okay. So this one, I can try getting this one. Maybe jump down? Gonna get everything. Okay, jump down here, get this thing, go down. Yeah, I think I remember this place. Yes, I do. Ah, so it's this one. So there must be something here that I'm missing then. Haha. I'm the best. I'm the best. Okay, so one more. Huh. Oh! Oh, it's this thing then. What's with the question mark fight then? Is this like the starting area? I could probably go back from here. It's up there. Okay, so it's up there. I can hear that this thing must be able to push me up here. How do I get down? Or actually, how do I even open this up? Oh yeah, also this one, there's a fish down here. For whatever reason. The fish. Oh. What did I do? Oh my god, it's extra life. Why am I killing the fish though? Oh. Do I come from here? Okay, I come from here. This is like the starting area. Oh. What can open this up? Yeah, see that? Sorry. I mean, there must be a switch of some sort, right? A hidden switch, if you will. God, this vocals is giving me goosebumps. So good. Is that? Oh, that's scary. Oh, that's bad. How do I open this up? Shit. Like, I have no clue. Oh, oh god. This one? I'm a little lost for this one. Like, I know where the item is, but I don't know how to get this open. Hidden switch somehow? Like a hidden switch, maybe? Oh. More things? Nothing down here. This is a meat smasher, it feels like. Meat smasher. Up there, maybe? I'll try not to wander off too far. Because I know where the thing is. Well, kinda. Kinda. that opens on its own. Sorry, I'm just sort of spending time trying to get the shinies, you know? Oh, oh. There's so many hidden things, it's insane. Can I walk on this? Okay, noted. Oh, this is the way forward, isn't it? It is, but at the same time, it looks like it's going back? Question mark? Something down there? What do you mean this is a secret? Has I never been here before? Oh, I've never been here before. Oh, okay. I mean, glad I tried. Alright. So maybe, just a maybe, this one has something similar. A switch that I can shoot to open. Probably. I'm a god. Okay. Oh, okay. I am so good at this game. It's insane. I know this game in and out. So that's everything, right? But I didn't get all the weapon points. Yeah, that's all the items I found. So that one last, this one, I assume is this thing. So let's try getting there. Wonder if I can get... I'll start from this one. Huh? How do I get... Okay, you know what? Just progress and see how that goes. Like, just go. Oh, this one's locked? Oh, this one's locked now. Oh shit, okay. What is this? Where am I? Oh, I did this. I vaguely remember this thing. Did it just boot me outside? Wasn't this like a big fight I had before? Okay, this stage by far is the most confusing one. Let's get back here. It's very close to this place. How do I even get there? Miss, yeah. The thing is right behind me. I'm facing that way. How do I get there? I have no idea. Everything is like locked off. Uh-oh. Give me a second. My keyboard is dying? This is why I get for using a wireless keyboard. You know what? It's good enough. It's very cheap. It's very affordable. Costs like 40 ringgit for a wireless Bluetooth keyboard. So that I have less cable management, alright? All good, all good. Okay, I was like, why is my control sluggish? Okay, where does this lead? Oh, is it here though? No, it's not. Maybe it's this one? It looks like it's this one, but... Where's the noise? Oh, okay. Just pull me back here. What? And then I'm stuck here. You know what? I might just progress through the game. It's fine. Where is this though? Station of Anointment. Hi, where am I? This is not where this is not where I'm going, isn't it? Take the train to Terradome. Actually, you know what? I think this is where I should go, yeah. Cool. I'll do it. Let's do it, yeah. Can I move? Oh, okay. Okay, so it is combat. It's like a hidden fight then. Yeah, it's a secret combat encounter. EG. EG. Damn, look at that. You're getting so many things. Okay, hold to continue. I'm gonna play more. I just started. What do I mean? I just started. I need more coffee. Good thing I came prepared. Fire in the Hole, big reveal, musical interlude. Find a collectible album. Use the ornament session. Station. Kill 3 demons in a single frag grenade. I don't think it's too hard. Oh. Ooh. Damn, the music is kicking in. Hell yeah. Nowhere safe, not even here. What does this do? Why did it do that?
The priest's position is stable now, and his guardian is somewhere in the facility ahead.
There's a guardian? Boss fight? Oh, there's probably gonna be a boss fight, isn't it? I am half excited. Uh-oh. Okay, follow group. Hey? Stop. Do not. Oh my god, what am I looking at? Oh, it's filling me with stuff. I'm scared. Even this? Lock-on burst. Cuts through available rockets. Yeah, this sounds good. Do I just right click and shoot all of them? Or hold right click and lock onto them? Something there. I might have to use the monkey bar. Oh crap. Ah, look at that. Sometimes she's gonna be monkey. Oh. Oh. What do you mean there's nothing here? I thought I'm big brain. Nah. Okay, no, it's good enough. Pinky? Pinky is a heavy demon that charges the player with the front armor. Its tail is a weak point. Either double jump over the Pinky or dash out of the way, and then shoot its tail to deal massive damage. Okay, thanks game. Pinky, huh? Pinky's lurking though. Is it licking me? Rocket. Oh, Jesus. Oh boy. Two. Woohoo! Not like this. Punch. Well, I know these guys. I think. Come here. Woo! Oh, good golly goo. Oh my god. I just punch a Pinky to death. I'll take it. Chainsaw. Grenade. Double grenade. Let's go. Hit the turret. Punch. Feels good. Is that Marauder? Fuck. I need that. Got him. Heat wave. Grenade. Good gods, man, there's so many things happening. Heat wave. Chainsaw. I pressed the wrong button. Okay, that feels good. The game does force me to use all of my arsenal. Because they are strong. I just need to keep using them. Like all the grenades, all the flame bug. Flame bug and grenade chainsaw, very strong, just cuts through one demon at a time. And then you have the grenade just like boom, everything gone. God, that was fun. Oh, book. Doom Hunter base. Is this the Doom Hunter base? Oh shit. The UAC Polar Cultist facility is built around the ruins of an ancient Argenta settlement constructed over 60 million years ago? 60 million years, huh? During Argentinore's terrestrial expansion, frozen carcasses of the Agadon's hunters have been located in a glacial waste surrounding the complex. And though their DNA structure reveals them to be indigenous to Earth, there is no fossilized record of these creatures beyond the frozen territories of the Argenta settlement. The carbon dating of the remarkably well-preserved beasts suggests that nearly 80 million years old, predating all other known forms of complex Earth-based life. Jesus. Continuing the cyber-demonic experimentation that began on Mars, the cultists studied the Argonauts' potential for resurrection and cyber augmentation. A similar program occurred at this location millennia ago, when Deek when Deek priests, often cited as Hell Priests, bred the creatures and genetically modified them to function as Doom Hunters, fearsome mutants designed to battle the Doomslayer and his Knight Sentinels during the unholy crusade on Argent Dinor. Sentinel records corroborate this through their military text, with many reports of these creatures among the ranks of the demonic forces assaulting the armies of the North during the Argenta Civil War. Damn, so the Hell Priests just breeding demons? No, it's not necessarily breeding demons. They're like breeding and then cyber augmentation them into something that they call Doomslayer. Or like Doom Hunters, sorry. Doom Hunters. So those are all those things are. They are not necessarily just demons. They're augmented demon. Once the UAC cultist movement publicly announced its intention for Earth, the cyber demonic program was revealed to be focused on updating the Doom Hunters' schematics, upgrading their combat prowess. A new assembly center was constructed near the cultist facility, and a powerful grav tram allowed UAC workers to safely transport the biological and mechanical components needed for the process. The restoration of an Argonaut hunter requires cutting-edge technology to be used in conjunction with occult rituals conducted by the UAC necrosurgeons, an unholy fusion of science and sorcery. They press buttons to interact with the game, some buttons do different things than others, so be sure to experiment. One Solar Dragon, you are now the you are now the tip dragon. I mean, I'll take it. Hi, Solar. The tip dragon.
It was not easy to find an opponent worthy of the Slayer, but I think you will be impressed.
Boss fight? Ooh. Damn, is this why I'm gonna fight? They weren't kidding when they're doing what they meant. When they mean they're doing fucking cyber augmentation, huh? Shit. Is that a fight I missed? Maybe not. Uh-huh. Do I shoot them? No? Do I just jump there? I don't see a point of jumping down. Maybe. Oh! Oh shit! Okay, go. Oh, oh god. Hey, I'll take it. Oh, hey. Got him. Oh. Oh, I forgot about... I have to use more super shotgun. Ooh. Almost didn't know where to go. Oh, now I don't know where to go. I mean, that's green. Oh, okay. Thanks. Hi. Is that good? Might be a waste of ammo if I keep doing that. What is that though? Pressing a W key makes you do an act code moving forward. It allows you to move where looking as long as you're touching the ground. So you can pair this with jumping move forward in the air. Wow, I didn't know that. Holy shit. What the? Who's doing that? Lunch. Heat wave. Oh shit. Don't go anywhere. Why is that green? Oh. Oh, the secret. Lost soul? Book. Ranak. Dark Viceroy to the Chaos Throne, Ranak has long served as one of Hell emissaries on Earth, laying the foundation for the planet's inevitable invasion. In secrecy, Ranak has prepared the Hellgate, awaiting the omen of the Sixth Seal, that which signals the Age of Rapture, which will cleanse Earth as foretold by the Maker Prophets. Ranak worked closely with Olivia Pierce during the development of the original Mars project, and since her death he has taken total control of the UAC. His promises of wealth, power, and everlasting life have corrupted the organization from within, absolving its employees of their moral conscience, accelerating the sacrifice of Earth in exchange for the lure of Argent energy and the promise of undying union with Hell. That doesn't sound that good, but I don't know. Hey, who knows? Hell could be an okay place, you never know. Kranak previously served the king of Argent Dinor as a sentinel priest, guiding the Argenta's spiritual growth as a hallowed figure. After the betrayal, he abandoned his homeworld, working on behalf of the Khan Maker and personally overseeing the transformation of viable planets. Ranak has constructed a veritable fortress in the polar caps to protect him during his dark work. Cool, look at that. That is the one that I'm gonna kill, right? Ooh, rune. Oh shit. Fang Stinky. Hi Fang, been a while. Let me kiss my blood punch shockwave drip. Oh. How you doing, Fang? Give equipment under the influence of equipment will decrease recharge time. Is that good? I think this is pretty good. So that does mean that I have to use more equipment though, which I'm not very good at, to be honest. A time to learn then, I guess. Here, I'll get this one. Pretty good, just vibing. Nice. I'm vibing. Do Eternal. Like I'm supposed to do art today, but nah. Not when there's Doom Eternal to be played. I shouldn't have taken that. Is that timed? I don't care, I don't care, I don't care. The murdering? There's a major difference between vibing and the murdering? Well, yes and no. I'm not really murdering. I'm not really murdering, it's just having fun. It's vibing. Don't worry about it. Super! Fuck. Please die. Think so. Get them. This thing, I swear to God. Ooh. You're killing demons? This be murdering, good sir? Oh, I beg to differ, good sir. I don't think murdering demons. I don't think they are called murdering demons. These are... cleaning. I'm cleaning a part of the place. It's not really murdering. This is cleaning. Yeah, cleaning services. Definitely no murder in here. In this house? In this place? Cleaning, I'm done. Two can play that game. God, can you stop moving? I can't. It's just fucking... Thank you. Alright, all good. Can I really make it? You never know. Gonna go... Wait! Whoa! Am I supposed to go here? Oh, I see. Okay, let's do it. Damn damage. You know? Is this bad? Oh. Okay. What? What does that even do? I'm gonna go here. Oh, hey. Oh, hey. One shot kill on stagger. Silver bullet mode. Oh, there's something there as well. I'm looking at it. Oh, hey. I think I can upgrade now. Each demon killed by the grenade explosion spawns scatter bombs. Emits a second larger non-damaging explosion that falls to demons. Let's cut out the firing? Yeah. Cool. Drop health. Remain frozen longer. Faster frag. Reviews the position of all progression map on the auto map. All progression items on the auto map? I think that's pretty good, isn't it? Reviews all progression items on the dossier. Oh, instead of question mark, it shows what it is. This one? Larger auto map review status, a radius. I already had auto map, right? Toxic sludge and toxic water. Hazard protection. Is that even toxic thing? Toxic things? I'm not seeing it. I'll keep the suit points for now. Oh. There's one thing there I want to get. That one, that one. Oh. Oh, oh my god. Alright, close enough. Shadows don't scare, Commander Keen. Commander Keen is strong then. Okay, got this, got that. Bunch of things over there. There's a lot of I missed one sentinel battery. It's okay, I have all the map soup points. I can fast travel afterwards. No big deal. No big deal. Oh, oh boy, let's do it. What? Damn, I still remember the first time I fought this thing was tough, and now just killing it like it's a normal enemy. Progression. Gonna love it. Secrets over there? Maybe from here? I cannot jump! Feels like it's too far. I cannot jump again, why? Now I can jump again, why? Find the red key card, kill the priest guardian. Oh, I'm supposed to go there anyway. I'm supposed to go. Okay. Woohoo! Right, just there. Huh? Oh, wow. Good thing I checked. Napalm Bech. Heavy and super heavy demons stay on fire longer. Super heavy? Super heavy? Two ammo, 2 health. I mean, as much as I want more ammo, I have to get health. Fine. Napalm blech. Napalm blech. One secret up there. Oh, I have to jump up. Oh, there it is. Wow, this stage this stage is giving things. I don't know how to talk anymore today. You have to excuse me, I woke up at 6 today, alright? my speakage skill is pretty much gone at this point. Well, not gone. Close to being gone anyway. Oh, hi.
Was it not the Slayer who brought the demons to us? The Con Maker has you to thank for the gift of Argent energy. It is you who are responsible for your people's suffering.
No, sometimes I kinda love when the villain is like been driven to a corner, and then they resort to victim blaming. the classic move of a victim blaming. It's like we didn't do shit. You yourself made people suffer. Haha, how about that? No, that mindset will never. It's just weird to me. I mean, to be fair, they're villains. They've been driven to a corner. They don't know what to do. Or maybe I'm just looking too much into it. It's just a game. Woo! Hi? You wanna dash at me? You wanna dash at me? Who? Oh damn. That was rather anticlimactic. Burn! Hello, I hear something. Got him. Didn't mean to punch you, sorry. Wrong mod. Got him. Oh, okay. Oh. Give ammo. Oh, look at that. Oh my god. Feels good. Okay, those ones, I'll fast travel back and get them. Who are you? Wait, who are you? What the hell? Uh-oh. Got him. Super shoddy. Damn, this thing is tough. Uh-oh. Boss fight? It sure is building up for something. I should be totally scared. I don't know what that is. Whoa, what is that? Ooh, secret. Secret just below? Hmm. Oh, I got you baited. Woohoo! Okay, I'm terrible. Is this safe? Sure is. Oh, I missed so many things. Let me see if I can get back. Oh, it's up there though. You know what? No, it's fine. Look, quick travel is a thing, alright? Alright, shit. And then? And then where do I go? Oh, where do I go? Why am I jumping back? Oh, the monkey bar, maybe? After the monkey bar, I have to be faster. Oh shit, okay. Alright, gonna try again. Got him. Oh, okay, I'm not allowed to do that. Here? Oh my god, I hate it here. Did I just accidentally punch? I accidentally punched them. Okay, all good. Oh my god, stop! How many points? 4? Damage from barrel explosions. Explode will respawn once after a short duration. Barrels will leave behind some ammo when destroyed. It's not even that good. Dash refuel on glory kills. Oh! Refuse more quickly. Faster weapon swap and mod swap. Faster ledge grab and monkey bars. I kinda want this one. How fast are we talking about though? Like how fast is fast? Oh shit, that is so fast. It's so fast. Okay. Actually worth? Actually worth? So worth. What am I trying to get here? Oh my god, I'm burning. Oh. Why did I get to climb up here? Why is this a thing? I guess it just gives me an easy way back then. Okay. Oh, they're showing me how they built a heckin' demon. Hi, Gremlin. Tis the doom of Eternals. Very the doom of the Eternals. Where'd they go? Is this normal? Doom Hunter? Once a race of beast-like hunters, the Doom Hunter creature was known to Sentinel warriors in ages past as lethal stalkers of the Metal Age. Extracted from the frozen depths of polar tundra, the Doom Hunter belongs to an ancient race uncovered during cultist excavation in the remote Arctic. Preserved below the frozen ice for millions of years, the unearthed remains of the creature were deemed suitable for reconstruction, becoming the subject of cultist necro-regenerative bioexperimentation. What the fuck? So, Doom... They were already named Doom Hunter? Even before the demon cyber augmentation thing? So these things were originally made to hunt the Doomslayer? Okay. Within the remote cultist citadel, a high-tech ritual altar which tower over the Golgotan ruins, the Doom Hunter was ceremoniously and systematically resurrected and rebuilt, While the majority of its components are now cybernetic, it retains a high degree of mental faculty, a sentient, brutal hunting instinct augmented with the armaments of a tank division. Okay. So they were already, like, they were already trying to hunt the Doomslayer to begin with, huh? Oh. Oh wait, no, I came from here. Huh? What am I standing on? Any punches? Hi, Brecky. How you doing?
Welcome, Slayer.
Already unlocked fast travel? Oh shit, okay. Oh, that's a boss fight. That is such a boss fight. Okay. 3 things. 1, here. Do not get it. Something about here. Let's go look around again. Huh? You know what? Maybe not. Let me find the first few things first. Sentinel battery right in front of me. What? Oh. Doesn't look like I can go from anywhere else. Hope you're having the best day ever. To be honest, I'm having a unique experience right now. I wouldn't say best day ever, but I am having... Yeah, I would say unique. Why? Because I sort of woke up at 6 today and was like, I am very sleepy. Oh, also, being able to wake up at 6 does feel pretty good, to be honest. Like, the thing is about waking up at 6, I get more daytime. So that's why I say it's not bad, it's unique. I rarely woke up at around that time. I usually woke up at around 7, 7:30 or 8 even. 7:30 is already kind of late, to be honest. I woke up at 4:30 a.m. today because of the stupid machine on the construction site in front of my apartment. It used to run overnight and it's very annoying. Oh shit, you mentioned that before. God. It's still happening? Like the construction is still going on? How? Is it gonna go on for a long time than this? Like, go on for a longer time? Because that's rough. For weeks? Oh, Jesus fuck. That's not right. That's in front of the apartment. That's not right. Oh my god, man, that's rough. Oh, hey. Found you. God, I mean, the construction happening in front of the apartment is already sacrilegious, and then you have fucking going on for weeks, non-stop as well. I mean, usually construction is like at night after 10, they should like stop entirely. But then again, the machine must be like some sort of a special case. They're replacing a ton of pipes, so it makes sense, but it's still annoying. But the machine makes it so water still works. Oh, so it's like the temporarily solution so that people can still use the heckin' water. It's a give and take, I guess, but still. Still. Man. Hopefully it gets resolved. Yeah, hopefully it gets resolved soon. So I can go boop and flush the toilet at 3 a.m. Yeah, true. Friday after using a heat blast is reduced by 30%. Yeah. Kill at least 2 demons in a single heat blast 30 times. Wow. All these upgrade things. It's kind of hard to get. Constructions, huh? I mean, the construction is still happening because the construction that's going on around my house is that my house is trying to get another room. Yeah, another room made. Not maybe not room. Let's take it as storage because my dad's shop has been sold, I heard. So they want to make a storage room so that they can store all the leftover spare parts that didn't sell before the shop, like before they have to, like, you know, they sold the property, you know. So the rest of the unsold spare parts have to put somewhere. So that's why they're making like a storage room right behind my room. right outside and behind my room. So it's like, that's why the construction is very, very loud every day. But good thing, because count my blessings, because they stopped entirely after 6. So it doesn't hinder much with my sleeping. Oh. Maybe weird, but I love construction of houses and things like that, so they just sound assigned to you. It honestly does. Anything new going on, like new being made, does sound exciting to me in general. Like, right now the room is already like taking shape. Right, I can sort of see like how the room is gonna be already. I can sort of take a picture afterwards if I want to. It's still in the makings. There's no secret here. There's only 2 more things. One I know is towards the end. One is a predator suit point over there. Oh, she's right in front of me. How do I even get there? Okay, just keep going. I'm addicted, so addicted to watching house buildings videos on YouTube. It's not healthy. I can't say for sure. I know a thing or two about addiction. I am I mean grossly addicted to video games. Like whenever I have free time, I just go a video game time. That's pretty much my thought process. Like free time, video game. I don't know. It's like an escape that I have, and the thing that I enjoy doing. That works. That is so far away. Although, speaking of YouTube, no, I am recently very addicted to watching Street Fighter 6 matches. Like, watching that is when I'm not gaming. When I'm not gaming, I watch Street Fighter 6 videos. And also, at some point, I'm Luke from Streets. Yeah, those videos that I watch. You do like your fighting games? I do, I really do. Like, other than Street Fighter 6, I love watching Tekken tournaments. So, yeah, there we go. I am one violent kobold. This particular kobold likes punching so much. Like it sort of all starts from when I first get my PS2. Hi? When I first get my PS2 when I was in primary 5, I think. You're just gonna make that in front of me and not giving it to me? Sorry. PS2. And then my first game ever, like first proper game ever, is Tekken 5. And so I played Tekken 5 for a little bit. My family hated it because they don't know how to play it. Me, however, absolutely loved it. So yeah, that's kind of how I find that I love fighting games. I mean, it's a start. Oh fuck, oh shit. Need to look and do things now, have fun. Okay. Have good luck, Brecky. Appreciate, always. Okay, I am not getting any closer to the predator suit point. Or am I? What the? What is that? Why is that so way below? Oh my god, I'm not getting any closer. Go there, go here, jump maybe? From here... Okay, let's see. How the fuck am I getting that predator suit point, huh? How did I even get here in the first place? Is this a starting area? You know what? That might be the starting area. Oh my god, I am dumb. Okay, this might work. It's very far away. Alright. EG found it. Definitely did not took me 30 hours or some shit. Okay, last one. Why? Why is this empty? That's already the boss fight. God, there must be something here that I'm missing. Oh. Okay. Yeah, look at that. That's everything. Let's go. Now I can do boss fights. This has to be boss fight. Usually when there's more than 3 doors or 3 doors exactly, it's gonna be a boss fight. Oh boy, cutscene.
I thought you would appreciate the century I chose. The great Argadon hunters from the Telos realm, though long thought to be extinct, created to hunt only the Slayer and his Night Sentinels during the Unholy Crusades. Some improvements on their design have been made. Enjoy what is undoubtedly my finest work.
God damn. Oh shit. God. Oh. Okay. Long-range lock-on rockets. Its shield and sled are weak points. Destroy the shield with a plasma rifle to briefly disable it. Destroy the sled to permanently disable its protective shields and missiles. Okay, that sounds easy enough. Heat wave. Chainsaw. God, this thing is hard to kill. Holy shit. Good enough. Heat wave. Oh! You did.
Useless machine, attack!
Oh no, you don't. Oh, music is kicking up now. Hell yeah. The priest is gonna die. Let's go. Oh shit, let's go. What? I should have expected that, to be honest. Heat wave. Oh my god, there's two. Okay, that's one down. Punch. That hurt. Heat wave. Heat wave. Super shotty. Nice. They do it?
The beast, does he not seek enhanced power? Gifts to aid him in his noble conquest, perhaps in return for my...
Yeah. Good shit. That's two down. Damn. That's two down. Oh, the blood punch offer is not powerful. More powerful. Oh. Hi, malicious magpie. Hello. The hunters became the hunted. Mmm. That's everything. Nice. I am trying to get every single thing in this game. Trying to anyway. That feels good. Nice, nice. I'm not gonna play with cheat codes.
Our system is being corrupted.
Oh shit.
This game has gone far enough.
I will have her transmission removed in a moment.
Despite the loss of the priests, Earth will fall, and my people will survive. I will answer the humans' prayers, reward those that believe.
This hub was of Maker design. She knows the systems well.
Oh no.
The priest will be moved to a more discreet location, so our work can continue without further disruption.
Oh yeah? I don't think that's gonna help.
Third Hell Priest signal is no longer visible to us.
Oh shit.
There is a 41.3% increase of demonic activity at the nexus of the initial invasion. That is the largest gore nest on Earth. I will set the portal coordinates for the Super Gore Nest now.
Super Gore Nest? That's what it's called? Acquired the ballista. Ballista? Just a ballista? like just a ballista? Okay. Oh wait, a ballista might not be a trebuchet. Is ballista trebuchet? No? Oh. Damn, look at that. Oh my. Okay. That is strong. That is strong. That is full-blown impact. Oh yeah, Slayer keys. Okay. I have Sentinel batteries, 7 of them. I think I can use them here, right? Yeah, these things. Ah. It's fine, I have a bunch of them. Oh no. Oh, to charge up an energy projectile that embeds in demons and then explodes? Destroy your blade. Charge up and launch an energy blade that will cleave enemies as it flies. That seems to charge up for a long time. But I do love a bit of a arc to it, see? You know what? I like this one. So do I just charge it? Okay, okay. 2 for a predator suit point. Anything else? Another one. Another mod. Is there more? I was hoping. Oh, yeah, there is more. Oh, these are better. Of course I'm gonna get the crystal thing. Like, these things are so much more rarer than the other things. Look at that, it's mine now. Flame Blech or ammo for armor for blood or loot magnet. Resource drops get pulled in from much further away. That is not important. that is not. You know what? I'm gonna get quick draw Blech. Let's get armor. I can just straight out get a quick draw Blech. Look at this. I have so much Sentinel battery. Feels good. And this is why we explore, baby. Look at all the Sentinel battery. I love the sound, by the way. Mine. Quick throw, bugh. Oh, wait. Oh. Oh, it is a lot faster. Oh my god, it is so much faster. Yeah. How much more Sentinel battery? 1? Okay. So I need 2 for all of these. 2 for 1 door. I believe that's it. I don't think there's not much I can do anymore. There's a lot more like question mark in... My god, this is just like another stage. I mean, I know about that. The question mark though? Into Sandy City. Oh. It's so soft though. I wish the music is louder. Alright, going in. Now I have 75 armor, 175 health. I should be good. You know, I should be good. It's fine. Only one Hell Priest remains.
Please remain calm. You may notice a slight change in the environment. Fear not. It's all part of the plan.
That's not a slight change, you idiot.
The nest location is nearby. This is the site where the invasion began. The oldest and most corrupted location on the planet. The Ark fought hard, but they were eventually driven out by the demons.
I see. Okay. A slight change, huh? Yeah, I don't think there's a slight change. Something just exploded randomly. Let's try this. Ooh! Okay, too much. Oh shit. Book. The Hell Grove. Holy shit, look at this picture. Damn, that's insane. So this is a super gore nest? The Hellgrove formations on Earth have undergone great scrutiny by experts at the Allied nations. These cancer-like growths exhibit alarming cellular reproduction rates, outpacing any biological life form previously known. That is so fucking scary, to be honest. Oh my god. The structural pattern is chaotic, almost random. with only one identifiable constant, the emergence of total light nest, which, at full maturity, resonate with powerful electromagnetic frequencies capable of producing a form of inverse quantum field. These fields, once activated, result in the fabrication of hell portals, tears in space-time which serves as gateway between dimensions. Goddamn, that's what that is, huh? Oh. Oh my god, look at all the question. How big? I'm ready, man. Let's go. Keep blood punching? I will. Nope. Whoa, it's just up there? Boom. Oh my god, the damage. Every stage is a goddamn masterpiece. It's insane. I missed. Oop. Oop. Do not. God damn it. Ow, fuck. Got him. I need to keep remembering chainsaw. I need bullets. Like this. And my flame actually recharges way faster now. Keep using it. Uh-oh. Got him. Yeah. Oh boy. Wee. Oh, damn. Oh, it's kicking up now. Holy shit. I missed everything. Come here. Woo, feels good. Whoa, shit, I'm in front of... Oh! Hi, how you doing? Oh jeez, you're so fast. Oh shit! Ooh, the shake. Can you not? Thank you. God, now it feels like each encounter I'm gonna die once, which is kind of bad. Why am I looking at the floor? Wait, where am I looking at? I don't know why they got me confused. Holy shit. Oh yeah, they did mention something about like tear through space-time shit becoming a like a hell portal. Maybe that's like the start of it. Got him. Oh. Game says no. I cannot cheat. This looks like something I can open. Right? Ooh. It's a nice sound. Oh, maybe I can shoot this thing down? No? Ooh, they were not wrong when they say super gore nest. Holy shit. Okay, I don't think there's much I can do for now. With this thing, I assume I'm probably gonna head back here at some point. So, I'm just gonna go for now. See if this blue key, I guess, is this a blue key? It is such a blue key, okay. Let's go find the blue key. The Hell Grove. Ugh, god damn. The growth exhibits certain predetermined qualities. In the consumption of our ecosystem, it creates environmental conditions more conducive. I don't know what that means. For its own continued formation. In effect, employing an organic method of terraformation, the resulting environment is hostile to terrestrial life, producing atmospheric toxins and a multitude of environmental hazards. You mean like those disgusting looking things outside? Although it is understood that the growth accelerates the arrival of demon life on Earth, it is not clear how the growth themselves originated, or whether there was some sort of catalyst that created the conditions necessary for their existence. It is believed that if the source of the growth can be identified, they may be means of uprooting the entire formation. Well, just kill the Hell Priest, don't you think? Slayer's Gate, okay. My god, this map is big. Oh, I hate how he pulsates. Oh god, eh. Oh, I hate that shit. Hi.
My brothers and sisters, let's hope to make our friends' transition into their new world a comfortable one.
New mod. Microwave beam. Explode death, bigger demon, bigger explosion. Good finisher for a heavily damaged demon. Consumes ammo quickly. I still love Destroyer Blade. I'm gonna keep it. Nah, you know, I'm just gonna unlock it. It's fine. There's so many guns, it's insane. Got him. No. Is there a fight going on? Oh shit, okay. Oh! Okay. It's a new demon, I think. Oh shit. Got him. One more. That works. Hey, man. Okay, so we got a bunch of new demons. That's good to know. Yellow key. Oh, it came from here. Hmm? Oh! Oh, oh! Hey, I need ammo. Thanks. Ah, so these things does open, okay. Okay, the rest doesn't. Hmm? Oh, hey, look at that. God, God, every time I open up the map like this, it intimidates me so much. Oh. I'll try to get as much as possible. In a single run, that is. Buff totems increase the speed and damage of nearby enemies. Endlessly spawn until the buff totem is destroyed? Melee the totem to remove the buff on the demons. Melee the totem to remove the buff on the demons. Didn't I have to kill the totem? Oh boy. Where's the buff totem? They are pretty damn fast, I have to say. Holy shit. Heat blast. That was not heat wave. There we go.
Remember, demon can be an offensive term. Refer to them as mortally challenged.
Mortally challenged? Come here. Buff totem. There it is. How am I supposed to get there? Found it. Ooh. Oh, hey! Oh, I forgot about that shit. Fuck. Fuck. God, that made me jump. 9 weapon points, 6 predators 2 points. Okay, I get it. I'm hoarding the points. Come on. It's fine. I hate the tentacles. Oh, you know what? I hate the tentacles in this game. I don't hate tentacles. Is it a good idea to say that? I don't know. How do I get that? Something I can punch? Had to go. Pricky. You heard nothing. You didn't hear anything. Hallucinations maybe. Did I miss it? Secret encounter? Right in front to my right here? Ah, look at that. Oh, I did it. Nice. Hey, what else? There's only one of these, which I cannot really find. It's okay. We go here. God, I hate this place. Oh my god. I don't like it. I love how the game just like sort of forgets about the tentacle thing. And it just slaps one in front and I just got scared as shit. Don't I have multiple places that I need for yellow key? Oh, it's add quote, not quote add. Add quote in one word, no space. to add the quote. Huh. I vaguely remember that I need yellow key in multiple places. Slayer key? Whoa. Maybe they're not here. It's a lot of quotes, yeah. Look, I say dumb shit all the time. Yeah, pretty much all the time, I would say. It happens. Kinda scary at times too. I mean, it all started from...
Earth is the melting pot of the universe.
It all started from like when I was discussing something about like the things. I was talking about some NSFW side of the furry fandom. And I mentioned like no one would throw cum at your face, and that's how it started. It's like, okay. That's how the quote started. Like, you know, I record the dumb things I say. Now I need to pay attention to you closely. Oh! Headset! Oh my god, headset! Gosh, thank you for the multiple raids, holy shit. What were you playing? Oh shit, you're playing Monster Hunter World? Oh! Best game? Best game. How was Monster Hunter World? Did you just start it, or did you, like, just try to hunt for funsies? Oh yeah, before I forget. Welcome in everyone. My name is Tylra. I'm a kobold, play a bunch of games. I love fighting games, and I do art occasionally. I was supposed to do art today, but I didn't. Instead, I did Doom Eternal. Because Doom Eternal is eternal, art is only temporarily. So yeah, welcome in. Oh yeah, speaking of Monster Hunter World, oh god, I think, you know what, I don't even need to look at it, it's a shame. It's my shame. I believe I had more than 1,000 hours on Monster Hunter World. God damn it. But yeah, I hope you had fun with Monster Hunter World. It's one of my favorite games. I mean, honestly, any Monster Hunter game is sort of my favorite. Just because they have a lot of good-looking dragons in there. Do I even need any of these? Oh, this rune recharges on death. I haven't died once yet. Nice, nice. Then a dozen hours is good to get like 50% of the items. You're not wrong. You're entirely not wrong. In fact, that makes a lot of sense. They have an illegal amount of good looking. I know, right? Like, good gods. If you look at if you search out Monster Hunter, just search out for Elder Dragons. It's more than. I love all of them. Well, maybe not all of them. Alright, some of them looks a little bit weird. You know, like the PS2, Monster Hunter 2, they have like the moss looking UFO. Now that's weird. Love the series, how does it get into Rise though? I need to give it another go. I love Rise, but Rise is more action-packed than take it slow, trying to dodge everything and kill. Rise sort of rewards those who press buttons, kinda. Shotgun. Hi Merb. Hi Carnine. How the Cobalt today? Cobalt good. Sleepy because I woke up at 6 today. But all good because I get to kill, or not kill. I don't know. I'm cleaning the demons today. Rise reminded me a lot of playing 3 and 4, a bit of Generations, but it all felt weird. Maybe you were just rusty? Probably. I mean, I do love Rise, I totally do. And I cannot wait to get bodied by Malzeno soon. They have the new, the final title update for Rise soon. When? I forgot. Soon, I believe. Oh boy, here we go. Whoa, deadly. 2 days actually to the last update, it's 7. Oh, thank you. 7th, eh? I'm ready. My body is so heckin' ready to get bodied by Malzeno. Like, please. Oh my god. Kill! Shotgun! Golly. Punch. What is this? What's that do? God, I forgot about chainsaw. Quadruple damage, I think. Oh, the card maker will periodically empower a demon that has killed another player in the campaign. Empowered demons are stronger and they drop extra resources when killed. What the fuck? Oh, hey, that's a thing now, huh? Oh, good gods, what am I looking at? Oh god damn it! I'm stuck. Get body stirred. That's right. I have no blood punch. Uh-oh. Woohoo! Okay, heal. One more. God, that thing is tough. Oh, that heals me entirely? Nice. Nice. Is that normal? Next time no hit playthrough. Oh my god. I'm not that good. I mean, maybe fighting games I can try. You know, like a only perfect playthrough on the arcade run, something like that. But Doom, however, how in the world?
Two more keys will be required to open the passage. Find them.
They just got teleported here. Okay, I have 12 more life. I don't think that's a lot. I mean, 12 sounds like a lot, but I don't think it's a lot. I'm scared. I'm terrified. Question... Oh, look at that. It's like a longgang here. Well, there's two longgang here. Longgang double? Oh, look at that. He's getting us in trouble with this game. Ow! Seems insanely hard. Infinite ammo? Wow. That is too much. Too cheaty. Something inside? Something very far away? Extra life up there, I think? I am absolutely loving this game though. It's insanely fun to do all like the tough fights and shit. Slayer's Gate, Slayer's Key. Wait, I know this place. Oh, this one is open now. Oh yeah, I came from here, sorry. I I have bad sense of direction. Extra life is right in front of me. Standard. Ah.
Sometimes evolution needs a little push. And here at the UAC, we push hard.
I'm starting to hate the woman now. Kobo doesn't like that particular woman. Kobo wants to shoot with super shotgun. Secret down there. Something up there?
The UAC, bridging the gap between humanity and the great beyond.
Maybe it's not accessible from here. Oh, you not? Maybe it's actually just up there. Okay.
Don't forget the UAC Mortally Challenged Appreciation Parade. Today at 0900 hours.
Ammo, please. Thanks. Oh, dude, what the fuck is that? Why are you invisible? Get out. Gonna love sticky bomb, baby. Ooh, that's cool. Ammo, please. As long as you're at max health, all health pickups contribute to bullet punch. Max armor, all armor pickup. I don't think this is good. I want those pickups to stay there so that next time I came back, I can always get them.
Emotional damage.
I'm not scared. Hi Theo. How you doing? I'm just gonna get... I mean, all three of these is not even that good. I'm just gonna get the buffs then. You know, like the ammo, armor. Yeah. Oh, it's locked. Oh gee, here we go.
This is the heart of the nest. It has taken root in this facility's main power generator.
Hi.
Activating the generator will destroy the nest.
Gonna lift the rocket tool. Gain access to the heart of the nest. Hi. Rocket tool. Hi. It's a gun. I want that gun. Locked. Super gore nest. Oh shit, that... What the... Oh my god! Ow! I'm awake! I'm awake! I'm sorry, I didn't fall asleep. Oh boy. Truly heart attack, huh? Theo! You crazy! Thanks for trying the bits, by the way. But still. I'm okay. I think. I'm awake. I totally not fell asleep. All good. Oh boy. Heat wave. Are you not dead? Whoa, gee, I'm not playing Phasmophobia. Theo, crazy! Bam. Ow, fuck. Red suit protects the player from toxic slime and toxic water, but degrades over time. Recharge the red suit by finding a red suit refills it all under the red suit. Oh. I have red suit now. Oh my god, thank you, Theo. The kobold appreciate all them biddies. Let's hope I don't die multiple times here. What's this do? From above, question mark? This is not a good place to be. Or maybe I have to go through here. Nice. Okay. God, those are some parkour.
Once your soul has been consumed, your fear will cease to exist.
My entire existence will cease to exist, you stupid.
The UAC, bridging the gap between humanity and the mortally challenged.
Mortally challenged. Can I get that? Nice. Secret encounter somewhere.
Don't be afraid. Once your soul has been consumed.
Found it. Oh my god. Really? Shit. Oh, that was tough. Okay, so I have to get down, explode the shit out of them. Alright, let's do this again. Explode, explode. Oh, this is... Don't do that. There we go, nice. Okay. Then outside here must have a lot of things then.
Now have access to the heart chamber.
Another one? Come here, come here, come here, come here. Get. Shit. All good, all good. Oh. Oh my god. I hate it. Nice, thank you. One extra life below? How am I supposed to get that? I don't even see it. Oh shit, oh shit, oh crap, oh fuck. I mean, I'm out red too. Fine. Ooh! Help! Oh yeah! That somehow did not scare me. Oh, map. Mod. Oh, the question mark is... Oh, because I see it, so now... Oh, what is that? Reactivate the power.
The generator is in a dormant state. 2 nearby control terminals will need to be manually activated to restore full power. Unlocking the left terminal room now.
How about the right, Vega? How about here? There's so many things here. Cutscene usually means that there's a lot of things happening. Oh, ugh!
50% of power has been restored. The second control terminal still requires activation to destroy the nest.
Oh, good
I'm
God.
able to open the door to the second terminal.
Emotional damage!
An alternate route.
Thanks, Theo, thanks. Thanks. War pinkies. Perform 3 different glory kills on pinkies. Oh. What did Vega say?
Ask not what we can do for you. Ask what you can do for us.
Getting more and more aggressive now, this shit. Wait. It's a waste, but I'll do it. Oh! Oh yeah! I'm supposed to do that. There's a mod there. If only I can get in. Let me just double check the surrounding real quick. There has to be a punchable surface somewhere, I think. Or not. I'm just gonna activate this. Aha! What do you have? What do you have? Mobile. Whoa. Quickly burn down big target. Consume bullets more rapidly. Energy shield. Oh. Dash into follow demons to fall to them. God, but this one though. Oh my god. It looks so good. I have to get this. Okay. What upgrades does it have? I have 13 weapon points. Rapid deploy. Nice. Bus gunner. Increase movement speed while in mobile turret mode. Cool. Mine. During a single turret deploy 10 times without overheating. But that's fast. God! Not now. Okay, to find a buff totem, buff totem. Must be somewhere around here. Oh hey, look, I found something. I missed it. Give it to me! Thank you. Where's the damn buff totem? Alright, don't panic. Go find it. Might be panicking a little bit, but that's okay. Get out. What? What is killing me? Oh, hey. Damn, Revenant's fast. Fuck. Get fucked. Punch it. Thank you. Did I kill everything? Oh, I know where this is. Where am I trying to go? This is a secret I found. Oh. That one is Monkey Bar, not this one. think it feels like it's too high up. Hi. Let me check the suit points. I have 9 of them. You know what? Oh, these are good. Let's buy it. This one's my favorite. 2 points. 2 points. Let's get this one. Nice. Oh, I thought this is an extra life. The green dot made me think it's an extra life. Oh. Hey. We're platforming. We're playing Mario.
The UAC. Your blood sacrifice today makes for a better tomorrow.
Wait, what's the point of the punch? Okay, there's nothing here. Good. I mean, I guess. I don't even want to change runes anymore. Like, unless I can equip more runes, then maybe, but maybe not. God. Got him. Woo! Looky. Looks like it's like up here. What? Oh, that's weird. Okay. Nice. I don't even know where that is. I forgot. Is that just right behind me? It's like I vaguely remember where that is. But at the same time, I don't.
See new Make new friends. Soar to new heights. Join the official Mortally Challenged.
Oh. What am I looking at? There's something down there. Oh shit. Gonna go now, got stuff to do. Okay, Merp. It's okay. I understand. Can't catch you after I'm done. Okay. For sure, for sure. I think I'll be here for a bit today. Appreciate you hanging around. Good luck with whatever you're gonna do, right? Oh, that brings me back. Okay. Nice. Oh. Woohoo. Oh yeah. So far I created 6 custom mini streamer buttons. I only post in Discords only. Post share. Only post and share in Discord. Streamer button? You mean like you press it and it does a particular thing? Question mark? Oh boy. Oh. How? Looks like it's outside. Shit. I hate it here, I hate it here. Oh my god, tentacles. Why are you here? That is right. Just a plain one for personal use, nothing special. I mean, if it's your creation, it's something special. I would say anyway. I don't like the tentacles. Oh, hey. Wolf 3D? Wondering about my loved one. Music? Oh, I'm back here. Look at that. What is this? Oh. Oh. Hey. I think this is how we get to the Slayer key, question mark? I do want to play the Slayer's Gate. Nice. Hmm?
它会掉。
哦，是啊。
你拿上来，你自己想办法吃。
OK 啦，可以可以，好大啊！原来鬼杖这样大了。
因为它水要倒掉。
哦，OK 啦 OK 啦，thank you thank you。我想办法吃了。嗯。Sorry. Sister barges in and then I got food. I got food. Oh my god. I am not a hunky cowboy anymore. What is that? What are you? Oh. Why is some of the pinky like invisible? Created a button template. It's a template? Ooh, everything is just here. Okay, Slayer's Gate is now over there. It seems pretty far away if you ask me. Oh, it's so hard to see. That one? Okay, I see it. Oh. Oh, you didn't tell me I have to fight again? Thanks. I need to find like a small demon to chainsaw them because I have no ammo. Oh, demon! Thanks. Got him. Nice, they're open. Here we are, Slayer's Gate. Oh boy, oh boy. I'm probably gonna die multiple times, but I'm gonna try my best. Let me check. Arsenal. Will speed increased by 32%. Oh, that's good. I didn't know. Oh, God damn it. Can we check Destroyer's Blade? Rapid Chains. Decreased by 20%. At max charge, Destroyer mod will emit a blast wave that falters demons. Fight Destroyer Blades before they have reached maximum width. Oh, incremental. Oh, wow. All of these, like, mastery is so good, but they're so hard to get. Like, this one I'm not even done yet. Five points. 5 points. Nah, it's fine. Ooh. Let's do it. Slayer Gate time. Oh, here we go, baby. Oh shit. Heat wave. Oh boy. Oh shit. I'm stuck. Well, not stuck, but still. I can chainsaw them. This is intense. That was pretty healthy. Hey, let's go first try. Dude, that's fun as hell. Oh. Oh yeah, that feels so good. Alright, that's the Slayer's Gate. So that's all the weapon points there. Only 2 items missing. That one, very far away. Let's get all the things first. Like, do the keys here. Just one more.
The hellified barrier has opened. This air shaft will provide access to the generator's control terminal.
Fast travel? No fast travel yet. God, this stage is huge. Going in. Oh, now we have fast travel. Okay. So I assume when fast travel is unlocked, that means that the next interaction is gonna be the end of the stage, basically. Okay, here's one. Oh, there's map groups. Low area. One in the upper area, one in the lower area. Oh, there it is. It's way below. Oh, wow. Okay. Okay, so this one goes in, goes down. Okay, just pretty much go straight here. Okay, down here. Fall down, go left. Nice. Okay, one in the upper area. Oh. From here seems easier. Here's one. Jump through here, down there. Maybe it's like below somewhere that I can access here. Sorry, I'm back. Pinky, it's okay. Real life happens, I can totally understand. Don't worry. I'm glad you're back though. Welcome back. Whatever happened, I hope everything went well for you. Went well? Nice. Good to know. It doesn't feel like I can access it from here. Somewhere above? Somewhere below? Ow. Oh, this is why I got the blue key. Let me try, maybe down here is some areas that I can go. Well, that's the only one that I really don't know how to get. The shiny honey sun? Yeah! Gotta get all the shiny possible. Then maybe it's somewhere down here then. Like, I can't tell. Looks like from outside, but how am I supposed to get that high? This is upper area already. Yeah, that's just further away. This is probably the one that I'm gonna skip. Yeah, that is probably the one that I'm gonna skip. I mean, I'm not missing out much, I think. A question mark is usually like a toy or cheat code or music. Right? So I think it should be fine. The shiny wins the spell, but not the war. Yeah. Curse you, shiny. I'll get you next time. Like, as much as I want to spend a lot of time just shiny hunting, shiny. Need to get them all shiny. But like, I do kind of want to play a game as well, so. Although, who knows, maybe it's after this place that I can get the shiny. Oh, I don't...
The generator is now at full power. You can now use the main console to destroy the heart.
Oh, I hate that pulsating thing. My god. Something about that makes me feel uneasy. Ugh. I hate it. Alright, just do it, just do it. Oh, god. Woo! There goes the heart.
The generator is overloading.
Oh.
I have marked your exit portal.
No one told me about this.
Warning. Main generator overload. I repeat, main generator overload.
Hopefully there's no shiny over here. Alright, I'm just gonna go.
Emergency exit.
Not interested. That is very high up.
This facility will self-destruct shortly.
Why?
Save your work and walk calmly to the nearest exit.
I'm doing it. Oh shit! I know this is stupid, I'm doing it anyway. Go, 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 go. Did I do it? Did I? I think I died. Tight countdown? Did I do... Oh, I did it! Okay, okay. Okay. Oh, there's one more challenge? Escape sequence. Oh, the war pinky. Not pinky. It's pinky in the game. It says I need to perform 3 different glory cubes on pinkies. Not you, pinky, but the pinky in the game. Yeah, I missed one shiny. Oh, so it's a music then. It's an album. War. I wonder what's the time now. 3:43. Honestly, why am I checking the time? I don't need to check the time. Today is all about me and Doom Eternal, baby. But Doom Eternal does make me feel dizzy. Like, the longer I play this, the more dizzy I feel. I could go for like one stage, probably. I'm just here because some cutie told me about you. Can you guess who? Hey, that's Merp. That was Valentine, hi. Is it Merp?
I believe Dr. Hayden can help us with our search. I will calibrate the portal to the Ark's command station.
Okay. Welcome in, that was Valentine. Claire, it's my friend Merp. Nice. Merp is such a bundle of energy. And I absolutely love it.
Hello and welcome.
Thank you. Appreciate. He always goes, yeah. What a bundle of energy, God. I adore. I really do. Like, I'm not... I don't think I have that kind of energy.
This is the Resistance Network. In an unbelievable turn of events, the Supergore nest has been destroyed. Reports from ARC personnel in the field say that they have seen a significant decrease in demonic activity across the globe. Many believe this is proof that the Doomslayer himself has in fact joined the Resistance effort and has successfully eliminated key figures within the ranks of the challenged. Operatives working inside the UAC cultist organization claim that the leader of that division, Priest Dayag Ranok, was in fact removed from his office recently by the Slayer himself. As key leadership within the Mortally Challenge continue to fall, we are seeing a decreased threat from the demons on all fronts. This has given the Resistance a key advantage in the war for Earth. The UAC continues to deny any knowledge of his existence. As surviving members of the ARC network, it is the belief of this station that these reports are in fact true. We believe the Slayer has joined us in the battle against the demons. To anyone still listening to this broadcast, know that there is hope, and he is out there.
The Doomslayer. We're doing job. I'm so calm when I speak. I don't know if I'm calm. Or just something. Slay the... No! Don't slay the Doom. Wait, do we slay the Doom? No! I don't think there's anything else. Wait, actually, I do. There's something. Doom the Slay? Happy Pride. Oh, thank you. Happy Pride to all of you as well. Just recently came out myself. I kind of want to go for the Predator suit point. You're trans? Nice. More power to you. I'm trans too. Or maybe I'm budget trans. Like I just identify as she did. I don't really well, I'm trying to make an effort to change my appearance a little bit. Homemaker. So how you look is how it's what you feel. True. Thanks for that. No such thing as budget trans, I think, unless you want it to be a label. Oh no. Oh no. It is truly how I feel. You know what's funny? It all started from when I started streaming. But then, before I started streaming as well, there are like hints that I kind of like it, especially when people people mistake me for a woman. You know, sometimes there's one instance that is so obvious to me. When I was still in university, I was just walking around Sunway Pyramid for like, you know, just to like relax a little bit. I'm not window shopping pretty much. There's like this one person that just approaches me from behind. It's like, hello miss, 你知道这个是哪里吗？你可以帮我一下。They straight out call me hello miss. It's like, oh hey yo. I kinda like it, but I'm trying to hide it. So it is at that point I was like, oh hey, maybe there's something about me. Although to be honest, after that point I just didn't think too much into it. And then until I started streaming, I was like, okay, I do feel a certain way to something. And then eventually I'm here. Although I started as like what do you call that again? Gender fluid. I started as gender fluid. Like people can just call me like he, she, they. It's all good. And then after more and more time, I just feel like I fight more with she, they. Okay, shut up.
Reports from ARC personnel in the field say that they have seen a significant decrease in demonic activity across the globe. Many believe this is proof that the Doomslayer himself has in fact joined.
Going in. Then no budget part and they're just trends. Thanks for that. Still remember the specific thing? Yeah, because it sort of leave a bit of an impact. Kinda. It kinda leave an impact in my brain. Like for sure there are like certain
is just across the complex. This industrial campus was once the headquarters of the Resistance.
Like there's several instances as well where I just like window shopping and then looking at some particular clothing and then shopkeeper is just like, oh, buying something for your girlfriend. It's like, I'm just looking around, and then they raise an eyebrow. It's like, so this is for your girlfriend? It's like, yeah. Yeah. It is at that point I realized that, oh yeah, I'm in Malaysia. I'm in Malaysia. I cannot just say that I'm into that kind of thing, you know. Malaysia is very haram. They don't like it when LGBTQ plus stuff is involved. So yeah, like yeah, I'm looking for I'm looking to.
News for the faithful. The deceiver Samuel Hayden has fallen. The Ark is no more.
Hi Savior. That's scary. Yeah, it's very scary to be honest. They not only like very sensitive towards LGBTQ plus things like matter, they also the recent incident being the swatch. The swatch promotes like rainbow color, and then all of them just got like confiscated because there's a rainbow in it. That's how sensitive they are. It's like, that's insane. Chainsaw.
This area is no longer secure. Evacuation protocol is in effect.
Isn't this our complex? Isn't art good? Oh, did I misunderstood the lore? Oh boy. Oh, this thing is fast. Got him. But the Doom interface has multiple colors. That's the thing. People have been saying that, oh, then the color pencils shouldn't exist. You know, color pencils, crayons, all the colors shouldn't exist because just rainbow color and then things got confiscated. That's insane. This one is a more extreme example though. What the war? Hello?
Howdy.
Oh, howdy, Lemmy. Oh my god, it's been a while. I hope you've been well. Welcome, welcome. Thank you for the subscribe, Lemmy. Appreciate. I like me some Germans, they're tasty. How are you? I am sleepy, but good. I had a unique experience. Well, not unique, but since I always wake up at around 7, 8, and then do errands, I woke up at 6 today, and I feel very sleepy. But I got more daytime. So, you know, that's why I say it's unique. It's not necessarily bad. Oh boy. Let's go, music. Oh my god, the music always gets me so hyped. Chainsaw. That is right. Oh my god. Woo. Hello, I found my favorite music. I got greedy. Enjoying Doom? Oh yeah, I am. Very, very enjoying Doom. You sleepy too? Not long ago. Oh, you woke up not too long ago? I see, I see. Oh yeah, time zone. Scary. First meeting we were playing BPM. Oh yeah. Oh, it has been quite a bit. Gosh, BPM is great. I played BPM. It's like my first... It's not really my first, but... second. How about that? Second first-person shooter game that I really love. First one being Gunfire Reborn, for obvious reasons. It's 9 AM here. Still haven't played it. Need to. You need to.
Warning. The Ark's headquarters is under attack.
You need to play... play a Dome. It's great. You know what rhymes with Doom? Raccoon? What's that? Raccoon? Oh, I know raccoon, but not raccoon. Explosion! Chainsaw. Oh yeah. It's a Dragon Ball Z character? Ah, I don't watch a lot of Dragon... Oh! Didn't mean to press that. Didn't watch a lot of Dragon Balls, so I have no idea. Oops. I do play Dragon Ball Fighters though. I love fighting game, by the way. They are not giving up ammo anymore. Non-stop action now? Oh, hell yeah. I'm all about it, come on. In fact, I love this. Think Raccoon is part of Ginyu moveset? No one, well, not no one, but I don't see a lot of people play Ginyu. Maybe that's why. Oh boy. Chainsaw. Yeah? Oh. Oh, so it's like part of the Ginyu Force, huh?
Attention. Samuel Hayden has fallen. The Ark is no more. Please evacuate
Shit.
immediately.
Is this baby mode, Hyraxes? You little shit, what do you think this is baby mode, huh? Kill! That's right. Woohoo, the music. Got him. I am schmoving now, oh my god. His versus the name's Raccoon in Rise with Doom. Oh shit. Hi princess. How you doing? Maybe Gear baby mode. Gear is very capable very early. The Return of Norm is the hardest game I ever played. This is the hardest game I ever played, holy shit. And I played Tekken. In the face of Doom, Raccoon doomed. With power unleashed, the opponents were doomed. My mouth hurts. How you doing, Narix? Is there something there? Secret encounter? It is up there. It's too high up. Moisturize? Ooh. I will dink. Thanks, Xavier.
The entrance into Dr. Hayden's outpost is blocked. 2 peripheral turrets identified. Calculating optimal firing path. Confirm. You could use both turrets to clear a path. I will mark them for you.
Oh, hey. Oh, this stage is all action. I love it. Whoa! I paused in time this time.
Look at this kobold. She's going fast and shooting Asgodro Bongo.
Why do you say it like that? Why do you say it like that, Brian? Kobold. She's going fast shooting ass. That's what we do here. Thank you, Nanok. Appreciate.
Hey,
How you doing?
Hello. Remember to open up the subtitle, huh? Thank you, thank you.
Ah, Daniel opened it. Oh god, it's been 4 hours though.
Kobold S Godro Bongo. Kobold S Godro Bongo.
This one works perfectly fine. I opened it, Narix. How you doing, Nanok? Oh my god. Thank you, thank you. A big appreciate. Kobold ass. Made you look. You did. You totally did. That's one. I am schmovin'. Chainsaw. Whoa! It's a heavily armored variant that specializes in long-range combat and area of denial. Going good. Working in Worm some more. Ah. Good to know you're going good then. A single blood punch destroys all of their armor, making them easier to kill. Okay. That works. Oh, nice. That looks tough. Very, very tough. But the first Doom, but not this one, the new ones. This is technically my second Doom. My first Doom was my house.wad. That's very easy to kill, they weren't killing. Warm in my balcony garden. It's growing lettuces at an alarming rate. You're gonna eat them? Probably a silly question, I'm sorry. Let's go! Burn! Oh shit! That's a new one. Hi, let me just get this. Which one do I want? I love the chain gun. Let's get the chain gun. Also play a bit of Doom Train, really enjoy the horror tone. Ooh. Then eat them, yeah, nice. I am probably missing a ton of secrets. Grenade! I am loving the music in this game, it's insane! Oh yeah, I'm kind of a metalhead myself. You're something like a warrior, no one can touch you. No, they are touching me. I'm just recovering fast enough. Right? Oh. Nice. Devil's got it. Slayer's Gate. Slayer Key soon? Slayer Key. Slayer Key, I want it. Got radishes that need to be eaten soon, and tomatoes I'm waiting to get fruits. Ah, you like wood more? How do you now? Oh shit. My nickname used to be Panda because of how much eyeliner I used. Give me a wood? Oh god. Wait, what kind of wood you're talking about though? Hey yo? I got the key, where's the Slayer Gate? Yeah, I love Slayer's Gate! I love Slayer's Gate! Devil! We know, we know. Coming in! Oh boy, oh boy. What is that? Oh my god, what is that? This thing doesn't die. Get punched. Oh, my mouse stopped working. No way. my mouse died. I was like, why am I looking at one single place without moving? God damn it. Okay, let me charge the mouse real quick. Oh yeah, my mouse is wireless as well. Sorry, it sort of stops working now. It need to be wired up so that it will work. Yeah, shoot the meat from its bones. Give me a second. Wireless technology has come a long way if you can pew pew with it, huh? Can you not pew pew with a wireless mouse always? There, it's charging. Okay. All good, no problem. Oh god, my table is such a mess. All I hear is medication noises. Cable is cable is all? Fair. Is you're not dead in the game? True. Well, almost. I'm pretty sure I'm gonna die once I unpause this shit. Let's go. Good golly, this thing is big! Is it dead? Oh my god, it's dead. Knowing this game, it's gonna get— oh my god, what is that? Of course it's gonna be more. Oh Jesus. Oh, too high up. Woohoo! Oh my god, you too? Heat wave. Heat wave. Yeah, that's right. What you gonna do about it, huh? Chainsaw. Oh, first try! God, Slayer Gate is so fun! Oh my god, that was so good. It's a thicky ass boy. The delay in wireless mice was noticeable in the early years, making them not as competitive early on. Also, wireless is one more thing that can just not work for a second for no apparent reason. Like, Wi-Fi can just kind of be weird and you never figure out what that your downstairs neighbor used the microwave the moment you tried play online. Those happened? That's kind of scary. Oh wait, using the microwave messes with the wireless? Shit. Better tell my sister about it. Stop using the microwave when I'm playing online. Oh! Cue ball. Wow. Microwave was funny? Shit. I didn't know. Used to have a wireless mouse and keyboard. Got fed up with the batteries and being less responsive and switched back to wired. That is kind of happening to me with the keyboard right now, yeah. Keyboard is acting kind of wanky janky right now. Or these days, not right now. Like all of a sudden it's just like, hee, I'm not gonna register input, hee hee, I'm funny, haha. Something like that, it happens. Okay, multiple secrets here. It's okay, I can always have fast travel option. Why? Why is this a thing? Oh, good gods. Come on. Alright, no fear. Yep. Hi. Weapon mastery? Hmm. Oh, weapon mod, okay. Are you trying to go to the last floor? I have no idea where I'm going, I'm just killing. Always been wired for headphones, Bluetooth has a delay. Microwaves and Wi-Fi use 2.4 GHz frequencies. New Wi-Fi is 5. There's problems the moment something is in line of sight. God. Same shit with the Xbox controller when I try connecting them wireless. Wireless is weird. Wait, what? It's here though. Hi.
This is Dr. Elena Richardson, log entry 002. Subject analysis of Doomslayer, January 24th, 2163. There is no chance that the subject is a demon. We have blood samples pulled from the Mars base event that show his blood type is AB positive. He is male with a genome that makes him very much a member of the human race. But the enhanced strength, speed, and athleticism would indicate otherwise. But we can see from the blood samples that there are foreign bodies present of unknown origin.
Oh.
I cannot, as a contributing member of the scientific community, agree with the assumption by some of my colleagues that he is, for lack of a better word, a god, an angel, the right hand of doom, here to save humanity from its sins. But I cannot ignore that the timing of his arrival, the identity of his enemies, the fire and brimstone element to this catastrophe we currently find ourselves in has definitely shaken my scientific resolve.
Doomslayer is a god of some sort? Oh my god. I think DualShock 4 was the first device I saw that was less reliable for me wired. Oh. Connected to it when I was in a grocery shop. Very modern shop, yeah. Nice. 6GSZ? I never heard of 6GSZ though. Like that is new to me. Can I even jump up there? Sure can. Oh, I'm supposed to go there, okay. Mentioned. It's called gigahertz when pronounced. Oh, gigahertz. Okay, okay. What does it do? Why here? Oh, I'm getting dizzy. Oh my god, I'm getting dizzy. All good. Okay, okay. Let's not do that ever again. Yeah, there should be nothing there. Got him. Chainsaw. What do you mean, no target? Nice. Oh. Book. The Ark. A global military crisis relief initiative established by the Allied nation in 2151. The Armored Response... Oh, that's ARC. Armored Response Coalition is designed with the sole purpose to combat and contain the Hell invasion, to succeed where modern militaries are ineffective, utilizing cutting-edge argent-powered technology. Hayden, overseeing all aspects of ARC weapon and tech development, set about repurposing the UAC facilities on Earth, many of which were unaffected by the invasion due to their remote locations and high-level automated security. These facilities, operated by powerful AI, are already designed for weapon development and mass production, meaning they could be repurposed overnight. Ooh. Tesco? So recent that not many people bring it up in the cancer debate even, or what it was. No idea. Also have Lidl. Stretch the bone? Okay. Good to go. Need to do a little bit of stuff. Have fun, guys. Have fun. Good luck with whatever you're doing. Thanks for stopping by and the follow. Appreciate you. Mwah. Big good luck. Oh yeah, I forgot to stretch. Just 2 seconds ago. Nice. Wasn't there like a... Yeah. Here? Oh, hi. I'm just gonna get full ammo. King of the Crystals? Why? Full upgrade health armor or ammo in a single save slot. Oh! Full ammo, baby. I love ammo. Never enough. Are we doing parkour now? Alright. What are we doing? Doom Eternal is a good platformer. They did it good, honestly. What's over there? Lore?
This is Dr. Elena Richardson, log entry 005, subject analysis of Doomslayer, February 2nd, 2163. Maybe he is a god. Maybe he represents humankind's rage. Their will to persevere, to overcome that which would threaten our survival. He is uncompromising, a relentless being of violence that knows no mention of the hesitation shown by our many leaders and politicians during our time of judgment. Can he overcome them alone? If he can't, we as a species, all species, will not survive.
Oh, that's true though. That's kind of scary now that I think about it. Yeah. If Doom alone, Doomslayer alone can just destroy all of the demon invasion in the whole world, then Doomslayer can just kill whatever he thinks Steam needs to kill, you know? Now that is scary. Humans are weak garbage sounds like. No pressure, no pressure. No pressure, this game EG. Can I jump that far? Probably not. Oh. pressure is for weak humans. Hi. Hi. Do not. Explosion. When one explosion is not enough, make more. Wham.
No one is born a sinner. You have to work hard to achieve success.
That's fucked. Ooh, feels like I'm missing a lot of things. Or maybe not, I don't know. 12 weapon points, okay, let me see. Destroyer's Blade, this one? Okay, already did mobile turret.
Evolution is our destination. When they arrive, we arrive.
Oh, that's fast. Oh, that's a lot faster. Why is that yellow thing there?
No one is born a sinner.
Oh my god, please shut the fuck up.
To achieve success.
There. You gain so much power? Well, I'm Doom Slayer. Yeah. Ooh! Come here. Oh yeah, here we go. No, let's play super shotgun, how about? Oh, this is very dangerous. Super shoddy. Super shoddy. Ooh. Get out. I cannot get in. Ammo. Ammo. Is there somewhere I can go? Oh. But me. But my atom. Hi. Meat hook. I missed. Ooh. Burn. Ooh. Okay, I can see why people like Super Shotty so much. Oh my god. The power double barrel is insane. Get up. Woohoo! Oh. It's fine. Yeah. Woohoo! I'm doing it, that's right. Whoa. Whoa! Point blank super shotty? Hey. Oh! Oh my god! Needs more shotgun per shotgun. That sounds about right, to be honest. Shotgun shell that shoots shotgun with we shoot shotgun shells. Taunt is all 6 buttons the same. How the fuck? Have spare and use buttons set to that? Oh. Right stick is probably that. Yay. The Naga is Whiplash, that's kinda cool. Alright, anything else here? Pretty sure I got everything. Alright, let's go. Super shoddy. Chainsaw. Super shoddy. Another one. I'm dying. Chainsaw. Punch. Oh, that's cue ball. Sorry. God, this stage is fun. This stage is great. It's like finally a stage less about exploration, more about destruction. Will they go down? What? Oh, what? How did I even miss this big hole? Don't worry about it. Edge. Edge. Then host made for you. Hey yo. Hey yo.
You believe the Doomslayer
Shut the fuck up.
Your salvation lies with us, not him.
Oh, someone's getting desperate. That's not how I envision a thing to work. Okay. Oh, mama, let's go. Okay, we're doing it. We're doing it. Okay, we're doing it. We're doing it. All right. Okay, okay. Sure. Double grenade, baby. Yeah. Give me this. Thank you. What is that? Whoa! 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 Oh my god, this is the best thing ever! Joy! Yeah! This is all I will. Oh my god! Can I have this power up forever? Oh, holy shit! I don't care if you're empowered, you're getting punched, idiot. That dare not shoot. Oh god. Chainsaw. Oh shit. Here not. Thanks. Come here. Woo! Oh my god, it's fun as hell. The adrenaline. I am in love, holy shit. Snake Demon? Oh yeah. It's called Whiplash, I think. Snake Demon, very good looking. I love. Oh, there's a book. Hi. Where's the book? Oh. Sorry? Oh, hey. The Ark Part 2. By 2151, the Ark began running operations from the Mobile Command Carrier, a seaborne command center designed for long-range strike operations which would serve as Ark HQ. Their primary objective, to locate the source of the Hell Grove infestation, and in doing so, shutting down the emergence of Hell portals and closing the gate between dimensions. At the heart of the Armored Response Coalition is an aggressive research and development program in pursuit of the new military technology. As part of Dr. Hayden's commitment, UAC resources under his direction, including some of the most powerful AI ever created, have been deployed in service of weapon development designed to face the Hell threat head-on. You read Ken out of Snake Help. Ken is also a demon with fire. Not too far off, I would say. Not in a bad way. Definitely not. Hey, can I get some ammo? Didn't ask. Maybe more? Thank you. Oh yeah, here we go. Woohoo! Heal. Wow, this is just like Dark Souls. Ark has come a long way, getting destroyed, huh? Games give me lots of ammo and health. Yay! Ammo and health good. You have to go there. What the heck? We're playing Portal now? I absolutely love this, by the way. That's why I have like the ammo upgrade on max. You'd love to see it. I can move? Oh, during like elevators and stuff, the game just doesn't let you move. Are we?
First target destroyed. The second turret
Hey, that works.
needed to destroy the remaining tentacle.
Tentacle. Alright, that was good. Good job. Fire the west turret. I got this. I'm the strongest kobold. Maybe not the strongest kobold, definitely. Do not. Oh, nice.
trans-dimensional friends shall not walk on tainted ground. Earth must be cleansed.
She's scared now. Tentacles penetrated. Uh-oh. No. Boom. Oh boy. Chainsaw. Chainsaw! I chainsaw the wrong thing! I'll take it. Hey. Boom. 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 Okay. Oh. I want to just randomly take. I already had 3 of the ones that I need. Hi. Revenant. Woo! God damn! He's good. Come here. Let me get this. Oh. I feel like Sticky Bomb is already like so strong. Alright, you little shit. That's right. Snake. Oh. What is that? Whoa, I'm so fast. Keep wait. 7. Woohoo! God, the game is so good when you know what, when I know what I'm doing, the game is absolutely wonderful. Oh no, I need this. Alright, let's go. Zoomy shooties. He was so good. Yeah, I can see why people like Doom now. I fucking love Doom. Holy shit. So good. Is it here? Oh no, it's not. Oh, I suddenly hate this game. Here? Alright. I cannot die! Oh boy. Not now. Come here. Boom. 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 Punch. Boom. Boom. So good. Boom. Bong demon. Yeah. Cool. Oh. What am I doing? I came from there. Demons are not blocking standing. Yeah. They don't block overheads, they only block low. Boom. God, this stage is like the funnest of all. Welcome back, Merp. Chainsaw. You got the boobs? Oh my god, nice. We love the boobs. Especially us kobolds. Boop, oh. I love the boops. You like boobies? They have cute boobies? Wait, what? Wait, what boobie are we talking about again? No, no, don't fight. There's a bird called Booby. Oh shit, I didn't know. That is very interesting. Can I go demon? Oh. A friend told me recently to Google for boobies, then the bird came out. For boobies, huh? I can respect that. But then the bird though. I might have to search it up as well. I mean, not for the sake of boobies, but still. It's also for the sake of booby. Makes sense? Hopefully. They have blue feet, it's awesome. Oh my god. We call them Doppelvogel. So it's also an interesting name. That is too interesting. It says locked though.
One moment. Override successful.
Nice. Good shit. Thanks, Vega. One moment. I love how Vega said one moment, and then Doom is like, come on, let me fire the thing. Exactly how a kobold should behave. Let me fire the thing. Should I buy this game in 2020, 2023? Yeah. Totally unbiased. Look, this is my first time playing the game in 2023, don't worry. And I am absolutely loving it. Me personally. Please wait one moment so I can unlock obliteration. Hi, Chito. What? By firing quickly and pressing Q, switch weapons, you can bypass reload time and what the fuck? That is not what I would do. What the fuck is going on? That is insane. I hate the devil, so I'm like killing demons. You gonna buy it? Have fun killing demons. Hi. Oh. Oh, there's no more behind. See, that's good enough. Come on. And the music is absolutely amazing. Not to mention. Yeet. Oh! Oh yeah, let's go. Bypass. Oh no, Empower Snake? I'm scared. Why? Why is this a thing? You know what? Come here. Got him. Woohoo. Where's the shield guy? Oh, right, you little shit. Nice. Oh, that was fun. Which do you think is better? Cats or dogs? They are both good to me, but if I were to choose one, like if I have to choose one, honestly I kinda choose cats. I kinda like them more chill. Kinda. Dogs, of course, they can be much bigger, so you can eat much longer of it. Merp, don't! Merp, no! Not the dog! Tiger very big. You raise a tiger. Don't eat dogs. Oh my god. The energy. You know what? I should unlock all of these. Or maybe unlock this one. The faster one. Yeah, take less time to cool down. Cats can be chill, can also be unrelenting bundle of non-stop energy. True. Although, dog, I eat butt. Eat butt is getting automat. Hey, come on. There's nothing wrong with eating butt, automat. Come on, man. I'll allow it. It's fine. It's automat doing its thing. It's fine. Damaging the killing frozen enemies drop health. They remain frozen longer. There. I eat butt. Very rare. Never tested tiger before. Tigers are endangered in Malaysia, I think. I think they are like a protected species. As tiger is sort of like the national animal here, I think. If I'm not wrong, that is. I should upgrade super shotgun. I'm gonna play super shotgun. Oh, that's fast. Okay. Super shiny. The Kobo is ready. Kobo won the kill.
Warning. All ARC personnel, the mortally challenged have entered the compound. Evacuation is advised.
You still calling them mortally challenged? Oh, there's something back there. Give me a second. Is something trying to kill me? No? Okay. Ah.
This is Dr. Elena Richardson. Log entry 006, February 9th, 2163.
Roll out.
The only thing
That is so adorable. The roll.
We watched as the Horde overwhelmed the very best and most advanced machinery and weapons technology that we could muster against the opposition. It was useless. They moved too quickly. They cared not for themselves, only sought out the blood of humanity. They were willing to sacrifice their own to get to the heart of our world. We slaughtered thousands and millions more followed, but then he came. He cut through them like a sickle through a field. His fury surpassing their own. He is faster, more relentless. I believe him now to be more than just a man. He is Doom.
God, that gave me goosebumps. So good. Lore. Doom. Lore. Nice. Quick tree intro. Alright, anything else here? Nope, we good. Roll out. This time I'm ready. Let's go kill. I'll wait for you. Thank you. Meat hook. Do not run away from me. Oh yeah? Sorry, that's too far. Oh. Oh, that's kinda scary. One more chainsaw, please. Thank you very much. Alright, perfect. I am missing a lot of things. Confront Samuel? Is Samuel
This is
bad?
Dr. Elena Richardson. Log entry 007. March 3rd, 2163. And with him lies our salvation. For as he gains in strength, so do they fall in numbers. The priests command the armies to the north and south, but he controls the fight. The inner circle of death is where he resides, hunting them at the far reaches of the earth and beyond. I am a believer now. I feel it is in Doom that I have faith. The Slayer is the spear that stabs at the heart of our attackers, and those that would seek to harm us should feel warned. For there is only one dominant life form in this universe, and it carries a steel-barreled sword of vengeance. All hail the coming of the Destroyer. The Slayer's time is now.
Oh yeah, becoming a believer, huh? I can respect that. I will believe Doom. Come on. Just shoot him. We can't just shoot Samuel? What do we need from Samuel again? I don't remember. I forgot what Samuel needs. What do we want from Samuel? You broke this. A Doom did. You know what I did? Heck yeah. Samuel needs bullet. Oh god. Oh, it's loading me with stuff. Probably a boss fight. What? Am I not supposed to go in? Oh, wow, that is so not obvious.
Dr. Hayden's office laboratory is located at the top of this facility.
Attention. Emergency protocols have been activated. Please exit the facility now.
Doom don't care. Doom wants set.
My God, Dr. Hayden was convinced that you would come here for this eventually.
Eventually, the scientist like, oh shit. What is this? That's a big key. I want it. It's shiny. Is it shiny? It's kind of shiny though. On the top of the head?
Can I just say that it is an honor for me personally to meet you?
That is perfect. Tower.
Emergency protocols have been activated. Please exit the facility now.
Everyone just looks at Doom is like, what the fuck? This guy's jacked.
We don't know how to access his main cortex. It's all alien. We couldn't figure it out. We have to prepare for his careful extraction. We were given specific orders.
Specific orders, my ass. Give it to me.
Life signal is barely readable.
Oh, is this Samuel?
Demonic presence threat level 5 entering main laboratory.
Whoa, what is this? Oh shit. Wait, you are Doom. Who are you? You're so sick looking. Oh my god, I love you. Do you talk? Do you talk? Oh! Oh my god, it talks!
Nothing but a usurper, a false idol. My eyes have been opened. Let me help you to see, Slayer.
Oh my god! The Marauder is a defensive powerhouse. Stand too close, he uses shotguns. Stand too far away, he throws projectiles. Keep it at mid-range. Counter his attack when his eyes flash green and daze him, otherwise he blocks your shots. So, green. Too far throws, mid-range, green, okay. I play Tekken, you little shit. You wanna play? Come on. That's right. Damn, that was fun as fuck! Holy shit! I love that fight. God damn! This enemy is what I'll benchmark your skill on. Oh, it's a boss, right? I did it. I did it. Sorry. You were more powerful. Yeah. The green flash is all I need. The green flash is truly all I need. It's very obvious too. Oh, I said I played Tekken because of the reaction time that I have. React to lows, pretty much. React to green light is way easier than react to down back 4, okay? It's way easier. Okay, let me see. 3 books, 1 album, 2 Predator suit points. I know what they are. They are not crystals. I don't think I want to get more Predator suit points. Do I need them? What about react to green light in Street Fighter? Is there green light in Street Fighter? I mean, there's traffic light. That fight was fucking great. It feels so good. Like they want to come into your stream and come think I eat butt. What? You gonna do it double T? I don't want to eat 蛋是. Overload the shield with the plasma rifle and kill 6 demons? That's so hard. Oh. Also, I'll be counting that, I think. I'm keeping count. Hopefully I remember. No eating but it's an important cornerstone of our communication. Yeah, you cannot just eat. You cannot eat away but. No. I'm gonna play more. I truly do. Yeah, let's play more. Actually, give me a second. Let me mute myself for a few minutes. I'll be right back real quick. Sorry, I know this is very sudden. Give me a few minutes. am back. I was actually just eating, but I don't want to make too much chewing noises. Because I personally don't like them.
You have now destroyed 68% of Hell's occupying force. Without the priests, the demons will not consume Earth as the Con Maker had planned. But there is still one priest left, and I have lost his signal. I can no longer locate him. Dr. Hayden will be able to find him.
Oh.
Dr. Hayden is transferring himself into your ship's mainframe. The architecture is similar to his own. This will...
Is Hayden bad?
Final priest is hiding in Sentinel Prime. The Con Maker does not want him to be easily found. The only functional slipgate to Sentinel Prime is in the core of Mars, in the lost city of Hibeth.
What the fuck? Mars?
I have marked its location for you, but getting there will take time. There is no easy way to access the core of Mars.
There are no known pathways that lead there, Dr. Hayden.
The BFG 10,000, designed by Dr. Samuel Hayden as part of the anti-demonic defense grid.
I understand. Searching the coordinates to the BFG 10,000 now.
Are we going to Mars? What?
You can't just shoot a hole into the surface of Mars.
The portal is ready.
Oh my god, we are shooting a hole in... We're shooting a hole in Mars. Oh my god. Really? We're doing that? We're fucking doing that? This is the best game ever. As much chewing a bit icky? True. I mean, there are people that likes it, I guess, but... Not me, to be honest, not me. I swear the voiceover guy sounds like Clank from Ratchet and Clank. Ooh, I never played Ratchet and Clank, so I have no idea.
This is an ARC broadcast. ARC personnel have reported that the Slayer made his way to Dr. Hayden's tower and has retrieved his remains. We do not know why. Unnamed sources inside the organization claim that Dr. Hayden anticipated the Slayer's arrival. We can only hope that this is true and that the resistance can continue.
Yeah. You have a live visual social? You play as a Lombax. It's near enough to a dragon for you to squint and feel the same. A Lombax, huh? I mean, I'm gonna search it with my phone. Close to a dragon. Not necessarily a dragon, but close, right? When it comes to dragons, I might be a little critical. Oh, that's Ratchet and Clank? That's not... That looks more like a cat. Tylra needs to witness the glory of Captain Quark? Captain Quark? Oh, searching it on Google Images is a bad idea. Hey, yo, holy shit. Yeah, it looks a little bit more like a cat than anything. It's not dragon per se. Can't say that it is. Not that close, but it's still anthropomorphic. Yeah, it is anthropomorphic, definitely. A furry game, if you will. You'll be hooked. What kind of game is that? Ratchet and Clank? How would you describe the game? Like, generally. It's a platformer mixed with third-person shooter. 10 out of 10 pew pew. Lots of different weapons. Third-person shooter platformer. Collecting stuff. So, a bit of a collectathon. I mean, look at what I'm doing right now. Collectathon, huh? So it's a pew pew game, sort of. Okay. Ooh, is the game on Steam or somewhere else? What is that? First one also still has a big spiral feel to it. I don't see that as a dragon though. PlayStation? Ah, no! I don't have PlayStation. You could emulate. Oh yeah, true. I have to get the disc though. PS2? Okay. God, I have to buy a Ratchet and Clank. I have to find a legal copy. Didn't mean because Dragon. I made the gameplay. Oh, gameplay and music. Okay, okay. Sorry, anything. I just want Dragon, pretty much. So it's like the PlayStation baby then. Like the Legend of Zelda is the Nintendo baby. Did I unlock it or do I need to like... Why is everyone punching the button there? Because I'm trying to get it. Do I not need to get it? I guess I already unlocked it. PS2, PS3, PS4, PS5, PSP. People talk of it becoming the mascot of Sony at one point. Never did, but unofficially kinda is. I mean, it's all PS, so I can kinda see why. But at the same time, it's not big enough to be a mascot on its own, so that's why. Alright, we're going to Mars, gonna shoot a hole. Oh, fuck yeah. Shoot a hole! Shoot a hole in Mars! I cannot believe I'm actually uttering those words out of my mouth. My god. Shoot a hole in Mars. Oh my god. Alright, I'm going in. Going in. I am very fucking excited. I am in Mars. I am in Mars. Doom is in Mars. Okay. I mean, I'm not complaining. I am enjoying this 200%. Oh, sorry. Give me a second. Just a few seconds. Let me check something real quick. Okay, done. Just want to check something real quick. I recently bought another parcel. Huh? Wait, these are UAC? Isn't UAC bad? Oh my god, it's him. Everyone is so fucking terrified. Why? I'll fucking kill you. Eat shit, bitch. That's right. Doom coming through, bitch.
Hey, who are you? You can't be here.
Oh my god, this is so good. Give me the gun. Give me the gun. Oh my god, it's so good. It's so... Oh. Is that an upgrade?
Warning, BFG 10,000 is firing.
Whoa, what the fuck?
The power source of the BFG 10,000 should be of interest to you as well.
Oh yeah? I need that. Very.
Warning, the Slayer has entered the facility.
Do I know if I have the gun? Oh yes I do, okay. Wee.
Warning, BFG 10,000 is firing.
No it's not. No it's not. Wee bang. What the meat hook? The goddamn meat hook. Insane. Sorry, the more I play this game, the more I enjoy this game. Damn. Guys, where do I go? Oh, okay. The sleigh is 50% anger, 20% steroid. And 20% not knowing where to go. I'm sorry. True though. Can confirm. Yeah. No, it's not. You're lying. You won't, pussy. Do not even. You see a 20%? Oh. Let's go. Woo! It's a top kill.
Warning, BFG 10,000 is firing.
No, it's not. Why am I here again? I almost unlocked everything. Well, rune-wise anyway. Yeah, I know. Oh!
Warning, BFG 10,000 is firing.
Holy shit! What is going on? I am sorry, this game is insanely fun. You cannot tell me otherwise. Like, it's so good. It's insane. Do not run away from me. This game truly makes you feel like a god. Like, what else can I say about it?
Yep.
Hi, Lex.
Warning, BFG 10,000 is firing. Warning, BFG BFG 10,000 is firing.
Ooh, that's tough.
Warning, BFG 10,000 is firing.
Chainsaw.
Warning, BFG 10,000 is firing.
Oh, the music. Oh my god. Oh my god. I am in love, dude. I am sorry. This game is absolutely amazing.
Warning, BFG 10,000 is firing. Warning, BFG 10,000 is firing.
Heat wave.
Warning, BFG 10,000 is firing.
What is your favorite metal band?
I do love myself some Metallica, the classic Metallica, System of a Down. Dragon Force is okay. When I'm driving, Dragon Force is great.
BFG 10,000 is firing.
Is some Metallica and System of a Down live? Oh my god.
Is firing.
What I like about Dragon Force is the first part of the name. You know what? Same. It's honestly the first time I heard about Dragon Force. It's like, oh my god, Dragon? And then I know about the dragon. It's like, oh, it's a band name. Okay. And I proceed to like, okay. I mean, it's fine. No, it's fine. And then the more I listen to the music, it's like, what? Like, it's great.
BFG 10,000 is firing.
Alright, going down. Oh. And then listen to the music. That's fair.
BFG 10,000 is firing.
I don't listen to a lot of music as well. I listen to mostly game music. Come here. I just see it in silence. Oh. Honestly, I cannot handle like silence. My anxiety level will just spike if I'm in like somewhere that's like dead silent. My heart would just pound out of my chest if I'm in like a dead silence place. So that's why I sleep with music on. I cannot sleep without music. Because I'm absolutely terrified. Why am I doing this? Also, I think I just found my favorite music. Just now the music it plays. Oh, perfection. BFG 10,000. Originally established as a mining and communication relay, the UAC outpost on Phobos began immediate expansion following the destruction of the Argent facility on Mars. The UAC board and directors intend on retaining their monopoly of the Red Planet and its surrounding airspace, issued the construction of an expensive defense platform. Using technology derived from the BFG 9000, the design plan called for a massive particle cannon to be built on the orbiting moon. The BFG 10,000, the largest man-made weapon platform ever conceived, wields enough firepower to defend even against even the most sophisticated of capital-grade FTL cruisers in existence, or against the eventual potentially of a spacebound demonic threat. I get that. I like to sleep with podcasts playing to help distract my brain. Yeah, that too. You said people like the modern doom music? Oh, I love both. It's just sort of listening to it until passing out deal, or can you also do that while not very tired? Both? Yeah, both. It's either when I sleep, I want to listen to things. When things get too quiet, I tend to open up music. Usually I'll bring up earpiece of my own, so I don't really disturb other people as well. In public space, I mean. In my home, in my room, there'll always be something going on, you know, because my PC is here opening up YouTube, music, shit. Yeah. Both in both cases. I think to put it simply, it's just that silence gives me anxiety. That's it. Ow, 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 ow.
I'm serious, that guy doesn't scare me. I'd like to see him try.
Yeah? You want to try?
That control pod contains the energy source of the BFG 10,000. I'm lowering it for you now.
I'm telling you, he's on his way. I need you to...
Do I get to do it? Oh my god.
Warning. Mars surface targeted. Safety mechanisms
Would you like me to disable the safety protocols?
Yeah. Yay. Shoot it! I don't get to do it though, goddamn.
The pod is set to self-destruct. We should move ahead.
Oh my god.
All personnel evacuate to Mars surface. The Slayer has control of
Oh shit. The Slayer has the BFG? Big fucking gun, huh? I am so fucking ready. Killing most of the single. Oh my god. Oh my god. Okay. That is a BFG. I love it. Hi Mion. Coming firm. Just gonna buy the ticket soon. And by soon I mean hopefully tomorrow or the day after. How you doing? You going to firm as well? Go buy now. I want to. I need to wait for my salary to come in. Yes? Good. Yeah, let's try it. Oh my god! Yeah, BFG. Sponsor? I can only go for standard. Like, my financial issue has been really tight. Especially when it comes to medication, so yeah. Lunchtime. Okay, have good lunch. Super sponsor sold out. Not surprised.
We can use the facility escape pods to get down to the Mars core, but we have no way of reaching it from here.
Have good lunch, Merb. Appreciate you. I don't want to let go of the BFG. Eat drugs in his lunch. Hey, yo. And kobolds don't eat kobolds. Wait, Mion, you're a dragon, right? I think I saw one of your art that you posted on Facebook, I think? Kobolds like shinies, lots of iron. Oh my god, Pinky! Kobolds eat. How could you? How could you?
You prayed for his return. The Slayer,
I'm sad now.
the savior of humanity. You think one man can stop the armies of hell?
What post? I don't really remember. It's like a few days ago. Or even weeks. My brain doesn't work. Buff totem? Oh, fuck. Okay, gotta find a buff totem. Oh, found you. Easy. Can you guys not? Whoa. Oh shit. Nice. What? How do I even get down there? Ooh. The demons would have much higher chance of winning if they didn't have ammo and fuel everywhere. Ooh. Maybe they're like sort of a nice demon, in a way. A partially nice demon. Rocket 2. What the fuck is going on? One needs to be killed. Come here. Rocket launcher works. Next exploring? Yeah. When they get down there, proceed to immediately go down there. Sounds like she's gonna jump down. E.g. Okay, that looks like everything. Oh, pet the kobold. Hi. The petting doesn't really work as it works for VTuber Plus, but the thought is appreciated. You can imagine had pets going on. How are you doing? Welcome in. Yeah, I should probably look around first. Kinda cute.
Access to surface gun bridge granted. Manual loading initiated.
That is a weapon, not a teleporter.
Are we gonna shoot ourselves into Mars? Or are we already at Mars? We're gonna shoot ourselves into Mars? Yeah, I'm ready. I'm gonna do it. It's so good. I want it now. Give it to me. It's a thought that counts. Mm-hmm. The thought that counts.
See Jessica in HR and sign up now for the UA.
I always appreciate a good pet.
Challenged blood drive. Be generous. Give your blood. Give all of your blood.
Acquire all runes? Yeah. Also, let me fix something. I'm just gonna do this to my keyboard. My wireless keyboard, gonna buy a new battery. Most dangerous ammo yet, yourself. Not wrong. Imagine if a gun that shoots Doom, that shoots Doomslayer, I would actually shit my pants. Oh, that extra life? Nah, it's fine. I never thought I had 15 extra life, to be honest. Like, at first when I started this game, I was like, yeah, I'm gonna die a lot. Kick that away. Yeah. Yeah, I'm Doom guy. Oh my god, no fucking way. No fucking way.
3, 2, 1.
Oh, dude. Oh my god. God damn, stick the landing. You're the best. Alright, well, here's a present for you. Kill one zombie during BFG shot and no other demons. I am loving the music. Every stage, every single stage of music is a goddamn masterpiece. I can't emphasize this enough. Something down there? Where am I going? I don't know where to go. I have to go now, gonna work. Okay, Lemmy. Thanks for hanging out. Appreciate you. Good luck with work. Tentacles. 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 Have a great day. Thank you, Lemmy. You too. Oh, hey! Power up mode onslaught? Butt day. Butt day though. Oh, it's here. Okay, go back. I'm gonna check the map more frequently. Nice. Bad day. Something way up here. Crazy. Nice. Doom 64 intro. I cannot dash anymore. Oh, I cannot get back up anymore? Nah. Sorry? Yeah, I still cannot fast travel yet. Understandable. Whoa. Die. Woohoo! That was close. Trying to figure out what butt day is, but it seems to be a bit all over. Most common month for it seems to be around October. My birthday month? Let's go. October. Nice. Hi, Astro. Octobot. So fast and killing. I think Rocket Launcher is really good with the secret encounter. Squeak. We have a squeaker and a yipper. Squeaker yippers. I am just finding secrets. Oh, I'm back here. Nice. Okay, really good.
Squeak quiet.
What? Oh, whoa! I didn't think I can shoot. I didn't think I can actually shoot that. Oh. Oh, okay. Wait, I'm back here though. I have to get up? There's like something down there. Ah, okay. Oh shit, I didn't mean to do that. Get there! Oh god! Let's go easy. No fear. Empower demon. Take out demon. Okay, good. Eat that. Eat that real quick. Come on, eat it. Eat it. The wrong one, eat it. Eat. Thanks. 2 wins. Nice save. Maybe some kind of flying bird. Sling and flying. Oh, because I have the thing on. The air movement thing. Oh wait, I came from here. Oh my god. Wrong gun. Oh yeah. Got him. Sorry? That one needs 3? Come here. clip through the floor? Don't worry about it. What is that? Come here. I am loving the super shotgun more now. So good. I'm doing it. I don't care. Lunch consumed. Nice. How's the lunch? It was nice. Good to know. Oh my god. Hey. That's right. Come here. Boom. Pasta casserole? I feel I never heard of that. It was highly normable. Highly normable. I think it's possible. Let me take it. Let me take it. Ooh, that was perfect. Have fun. Nice, I'm schmoving. Oh! Does Slayer ever pee? That means like a lot of action at once. Oh yeah, true. I didn't even go to the toilet. Well, I didn't. He pees napalm and eat barbed wire for breakfast. No, go back. Oh, that's... Why am I doing this? How'd you even get up? Unless there's some sort of booster pack that goes up, but there's none. Some slower friendly. Iron rich diet for sure. Very. You're right. Oh, unless I have to go from here. Nice. How was this much? No! Don't eat kobold. I should get more armor. Nice. There's something that I didn't take. I think I can go back still. I used to be friends with Gravity. I say used to because we had the fun. Okay, okay. Seems kind of possible, but then again, there's something blocking. Oh, unless look at that, I can jump from here. That's a place. Oh, you know what? That works. Oh, cool beans, look at that. I cannot take it. What is this? I cannot take it. I'm stuck. I got launched? Alright, nothing weird about that. Are they full ammo? That's an ammo? What is that for? Oh, is that for the big fucking gun? For BFG? Oh, I knew it. I mean, I don't knew it, but I knew it. So it is for BFG. Okay, okay. Maybe I should use BFG. Big fucking gun. You know, just now the stage was pure action. Now it's just pure platforming. I'm ready for it this time. Lunch! Ooh. Oh, Slayer's Gate. Oh my god, yes. Remember when I used to be scared of tentacles? Now I look for them. Good times? True. Can I? Yes, I can. Secret? Keys up there. Should be a place where I can jump up then. Yeah. I need that Slayer key. There's more here. Oh. How do I get there? Why can't I climb it? Okay, for some reason you don't want to climb. Sharp edges? That is blunt. This is not sharp. I think my tooth healed, by the way. It was a bit loose after accidentally hitting it. Oh god. That sounds painful. I don't like accidentally hitting my tooth in any way possible. Oh, hi. Oh my god, that was so not obvious. Quick champions. Slayer key. Now we find the Slayer's gate. We found the Slayer's gate. Gorov? Less painful? More just being careful to not use it. Yeah, that. It makes you feel uncomfortable when you like accidentally touch it. Alright. Which Slayer gate this is? How much already? Fourth? I think this is fourth one. Yeah, just bring this in. Let's go! I messed up. Oh god, it's you. What are you? Mid-range, mid-range. This space is too small. I missed it. What is that? I missed. There we go. Never ending, huh? Nice. Oh my god, I have to focus so hard. Oh. That one was hard as fuck. I should have figured, right? They're gonna put the Marauder, I think they called, into the Slayer gate. I should have figured. That was so fun though, by the way. My god.
Confetti noises.
Confetti noises. That was second grade.
Yep.
Happy yip noises. Happy yip noises. How am I supposed to get that though?
Yip, yip, yip.
Yip. It's sort of this way. Wow.
Yip, 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 wow.
Yip, wow. Still a Sentinel battery. So it's a toy then. It's a toy. I'm gonna skip that, I'm sorry. Oh. This calls for celebration. Dang it. Uh-oh, what's going on? Oh, hey. Have fun. I found it. I found Pinky. I found Pinky. Hey yo, nice. The true celebration is to hear my mouse clicks and keyboard noises. Sure, you're just scared. Couple gaming noises, yeah. This one. Oh, hey. Kobold gaming. That's so small. You launch it too, Vega. Uh-oh. Oh, this is giving me motion sickness. Oh god. The demons. Alright, we're here now. I'm ready for guns. So that's everything. lost city of Hebeth. Amidst the long... I guess gonna enjoy this. Amidst the long and enduring history of Sentinel civilization, there are moments in antiquity that have become buried in time, forgotten chapters that remain concealed to Sentinel historians, waiting to be unearthed. The fallen city of Hebeth is one such tale, all but forgotten to the tombs of legacies past. Once a prosperous port city, a proud, gleaming marker of conquest for the distant tribe of Bethian, clansmen of the outer world. Hebeth bridged the disparate Sentinel cities with the ingenious design of Slipgate invention, but it was not meant to last, and among those cities lost in the crusades of Sentinel, past was Hebeth, now little more than a smoldering ruin swallowed by the quaking surface of a once habitable Mars. She suspects PFG 9000 ammo will be here. Hopefully. I shot once, right? Yeah, I need one more. Oh. Is this a new place or have I got everything? I can't tell. Woohoo! Oh yeah, music! Let's go! Not enough. Got him. Another one. That works. That was sick. Keep wave. Punch you to death. Yeah, like the longer I play this game, I will actually utilize everything that I have. And somehow that makes the game way more fun. Oh, speaking of BFG, mine. Well. Did that do it? That didn't do anything. Sorry, you cannot eat them while you're frozen, I forgot. Whoa, wait, the fires, what the fuck? Whoa, the fire, oh my god. That is... I kinda love that. The fire and flames, you're right. I cannot sing it. If I sing it, I'll get TOS. Or not TOS, copyright, sorry.
The portal ahead will take you to Sentinel Prime, where the Hell Priest Dagrav is waiting.
Dagrav. Fast travel? I got everything that I need. It's fine. I assume I got everything. I don't know. Arsenal. Super shoddy. Super shotgun using the meat hook. Oh.
Notes. On a cold winter morning, in the time before the light in flames of death's eternal reign, we ride towards the fight when the darkness has fallen down, and the times are tough. All right, the sound of evil laughter falls
Bye-bye,
around the world
channel.
tonight. Notes.
Notes. Is that the lyrics? I don't remember. Oh, it is. It is. I sort of have just remind myself of the music. Full auto? I never tried full auto mode, to be honest. Why would I want that? I'm already using the other guns. Full auto BFG. Whoa. Oh, okay. Oh, I got full exploration. Damn, this game is easy. Kill 40 demons with very big gun. Big bada boom. Destroy 3 arm cannons weak points on Mancubi. Did I not do that? That is so easy though. Lock and key, found it. It's fine. I found everything here. Nice. There's a lot of things. Oh my god, look at that. Crazy. 50 levels. Time. It's already 6:35? Gosh, time flies, huh? It is already 6 to... Maybe I should end here. We need to harpoon time so it doesn't go as fast. Well, the time flies when I play games like this. It's fun, it's too fun. Like, honestly, anyone who's having fun and then time just flies, so yeah, it happens, don't worry about it. It's not short by all means, like 6.5 hours. At this time, no Malaysian internet going on, so I'm glad, hell yeah. I had fun, I'm satisfied, for today anyway. Next time, do you think I'm close to the end? I do need to do art on Thursday. Okay, Thursday is still gonna be art lah ho. Definitely. I'll try to finish this one because this game is fucking great. Can it close? Okay. Then yeah, I'll finish this one soon. And then I'll play more Tears of the Kingdom as well. And at some point some Street Fighter 6 here and there. Street Fighter 6, Tekken 7, you know, the fighting games that I just play randomly. Yeah. Something like that. So, hard to tell how long it would take depending on the amount of exploring. True. That's fair, that's fair. But at least I don't think there's too much stages left, I think. I'm already on Mars, like, gosh. The lost city of Hebev. I'm good. I could open out 3D. You know, let's be 3D once more. That was mine. Thank you for slaying demons. Also for Strummen. Yeah. Thank you for being here as well. Today I'm just pretty much just chilling with I can Doom Eternal. Not doing much. Doom Eternal is pretty much just me having fun. Viewership wise, it's okay, you know? All good, you know, all good. Let me open up this real quick. And by this, I mean it's Hacken VTuber Plus. It's loading. Look at that, I'm here. That was quick. Yay, wow. You can now finally pet for real. And I received a pet for realsies. Oh, my PC's dying. I'm just opening up browser, everything is fine. That's how German accent sounds, right? Zankies for thankies. I don't know, that might be a little stereotypical of me. I hope not. Who wants more Doom Eternal music? I know I do. Let's loop this playlist. I think I heard this one. All of them is good. All of them is good. Like, The ones that waited before, it's not streaming. Oh, Flint is playing Tears of the Kingdom. I kinda want to rate Flint, but I don't want spoilers for Tears of the Kingdom, to be honest. Maybe I'll raid and lurk. Yeah, I'll raid and lurk. Oh, Flint is far into the game. Raid and lurk viable. Sounds viable, alright. Oh yeah, Flint now goes with Remy.
I have no idea what the German accent sounds like.
Okay. And I think Remy goes with here. Yep, okay. She, her, okay. I can respect that. I also went from like gender fluid to trans. Okay, let's rate Flint real quick. I'm actually getting a little bit hungry as well, even though I have food here. I didn't eat it. They're in front of me, enticing me all this time. But I'm good. I'm good. Okay. Go eat food full of iron. I'm not gonna eat cobalt. Wait, you're not saying just sorry. I will eat food, yes. I'm gonna summon Bernie real quick, alright?
I am once again asking for your financial support.
Thanks, Bernie. Thanks, Pinky. Yeah. Cobots are raiding all your shinies. Yeah, I'll go with this one. I mean, birds do kinda have shinies, do they? Birds like shinies. They're kinda, yeah. You know what? We can raid Flint's Remy's shiny. Some burps of them, right? Thanks, Brecky. It's always nice to have you around. I'll type in the raid to Flint real quick. Better Flint. I should probably update my channel as well. Well, channel like profile and shit about me section. Gonna change them a little bit. just a little bit. Some minor changes has to be made. But yeah. OCs? Oh, that's a good idea. Oh, that's a really good idea. Oh yeah. I could do that. The simple one first. And then in the far future, if I get to like commission someone to do like a full character in the same picture thing, then I can put them all together. That'll be easier to introduce all my OCs. But for the time being, I could just like exclamation mark OC first, then do the simple stuff. It works. Okay, I type in the raid to Feathered Flint. I'm ready to go eat dinner. So, as always, tomorrow and Wednesday I will not be streaming. Wednesday is a bit of a ING. It depends. Wednesday is the it depends. On what? I don't know. I honestly do kind of want to stream this Wednesday. Good know the rules, good staying safe and awesome. All of you as well. Same to you. Alright, so before the raid, I want to say thank you all so much for joining with me today. Really appreciate all of you. Love you so much. You guys are amazing. Right. Know that you guys are all loved, you guys are valid and matter. Very valuable. Oh yeah? Here comes raid to Flint. Bam. Good know the rule, everyone. Kobolds are raiding all your shinies. If you need help with making a fancy but overcomplicated rev sheet website, I've experienced. I saw that before. If I ever want to make one, I'll definitely ask you about it, Nanak. Thank you. Appreciate. Oh, I'm getting the tired drunkenness now. Like, it's setting in. The tired drunkenness, it's getting... It's being here. It's here. Oh, I cannot watch Flint's stream. Flint is playing Tears of the Kingdom. I cannot look at it. I'm still like very early on. You know, maybe I could play Tears of the Kingdom for a little bit off stream, you know? I could do that. I can play a little bit. Just a little bit. Not too much, though. Not progressing through the main... Is there a main story? I don't know. Maybe not. I'm not gonna... Okay, see you guys on Thursday. Love y'all. Be safe. I'm gonna do art that day. Alright, be safe. Bye-bye. Bye-bye-bye-bye. Love y'all. Bye-bye.